did not know the sky could think about us. We did not understand that a silence could lean its weight upon a city until even the machines seemed hesitant to breathe. And so we lived the way we were taught to live, with our heads down beneath the holy smoke of the shrine, and our hands buried in the useful dirt of an agri-hive that fed regiments who would never learn our names. We lived by the workhorn, by the hablights, by the promised ration of joy that was a clean bunk, and the rare moment when the wind came down from the grain towers and smelled like rain instead of oil. And if anyone asked us what fear tasted like before the sky changed, we would have said it tasted like debt, like a foreman's slate, like the crackle of an Auspex failing inspection and the Arbeit's boots that followed, but never like the air itself deciding we were already a memory of food. I was a record keeper for Silo Delta 12, which sounds grander than it was. I counted numbers that were put in front of me by men who counted sacks that had been counted by women who counted threshers, and my count went upward in tidy columns until the day it didn't. And on that day, no one thought the world would end. They only thought a junior clerk had smudged an ink line, because the first sign of the thing that would strip our history for bones and boil them into soup was small and almost polite. 3 cargo lighters that never arrived, a cogitator delay flag we could not clear without a priest, and then a priest we could not find because the priest had gone to bless a failed transmitter with a smoke that smelled of copper and hope. If I was anything beyond a recorder of other people's worries, it was because I listened when I was not supposed to listen. I listened when the men who wore the polished half-eagle of the PDF spoke in whispers they pretended were for our comfort. And I listened when the low-void serfs from the orbital grist station docked with eyes too wide and mouths too quiet. And I listened most of all when the choir boys who sang the morning hymns began to forget the words. They did not forget the words because they were lazy. They forgot because the notes slid away from their tongues like wet birds. And the choir master, who had beaten melody into backs for 20 years, stood with his hands shaking and said the air had no key left in it. There were omens, of course, but the Imperium is a machine built of omens, and we live beneath a sky of them. A broken angel statue losing its head in a dusk gale is an omen. A servitor sparking blue in the middle of a prayer is an omen. A child being born with 2 teeth is an omen. A ship arriving late is an omen. And none of those omens matter because every day demands grain and grain cannot be harvested with fear. So we did what we always do. We stamped our tickets and we watched the pistons rise and fall. And we told ourselves the administratum would find the correct captain and the priest would scold the correct choir and the Arbeits would unjam the correct vox line. And if the sky hung a little heavier and the nights pressed more tightly against the hab vents, well, that was the season turning its shoulder, and the saints understand a season is allowed to ache. My mother kept a small shrine in our hab, a patch of wall where the paint blistered from the last time the recycler coughed hot. She had pinned a strip of parchment there that claimed to be from a saint's sleeve, and she would run her thumb across it when the foreman yelled too loudly or the ration lines ran too short. She asked the emperor to keep my name written where it could not be smudged, and she asked the emperor to keep my sister's lungs from the damp that crawled up from the drains. And when the lighters missed and the priest went walking and the choir forgot whether their mouths were doors or graves, my mother added a new prayer without telling me. And I only learned it when I woke to find her whispering at the hab window with her hands cupped around her mouth as if she were teaching the night to drink. Do not let the sea and the sky fall. We used to say the clouds came in from the coast as if the ocean had decided to visit, which was a joke that let us pretend we lived somewhere soft, where people had words like beach and holiday. The truth was that the clouds were manufactured encouragement, blown from the atmospheric processes as a lid upon our heat, and the only real ocean was wheat, rising and falling in iron furrows so vast that a child could be born and live and die and never see the end of a single field. But on the morning that began the ending, we walked out to the elevator and found a gathering at the rails. And for a moment, I thought a magistrate had been caught stealing, or a PDF patrol had shot a drunken loader, because a crowd in that place only meant blood or spectacle. But there was no blood, and the spectacle was the horizon, which looked wrong, not dramatically, not like fire or lightning, only like ink spilled under glass, a dense knot color sitting in a way sky should not sit. The loader beside me spit and said storms, and the woman on my other side didn't blink for a long time, and finally said it wasn't moving like weather. And then the work horn called us to the belts, and we went because bags still needed to be counted, and thrashers still needed to be soothed, and debt still ticks even when horizons learn new shapes. What changed inside that shift was not a miracle, or a trumpet, or a scream, but a slowness, as if the day had caught on the teeth of an invisible gear, and every machine stuttered, then pretended it had not, and every number I entered appeared, then hesitated, then accepted its place in the orderly world, while I felt, somewhere beneath the ribs names live in, that something had looked at our city and, finding it exactly the shape it wanted, made a mark. It would be easy now to call that feeling prophecy, to pretend I carried some secret shiver that set me apart. But I am honest enough to say that the day still held jokes. The foreman threatened to marry his tally slate because it fought him less than his wife did, and we laughed. And a servitor with a broken vox chip crooned half a love song all afternoon, and we laughed harder. And when the canteen ran out of sweet tea at fourth bell, a loader named Bryn swore he'd pray to whatever god was currently accepting bribes if they would only fill his cup. And if there is tragedy in that, it is simply that you can keep laughing for a very long time while the knife is already in the room, because laughter has no eyes, and knives do not announce themselves to the poor. At second dusk, because our planet keeps two shadows, and we are taught not to ask why, we climbed to the catwalk again to watch the shift change, and the wrong horizon had crept forward the way rot creeps under a bandage, and the vox mast at the silo's crown crackled, then went mute, then crackled again, as if deciding whether speech was an insult, and Lero, who wore the little brass badge of the grain choir's overseer, tried to begin the evening hymn, and made it to the third line before his voice fell down. He made a small sound, like a man stepping into unexpected cold water, and when he looked up, there were tears he had not ordered his eyes to shape, and he said sorry to us. And the air made a sound like a held breath that cannot be let out because the ribs are stuck. The Arbites came when the administratum summoned them, and they set order like they were spreading plaster over a crack. Their boots were loud, their hands were louder, and they posted a notice that said any man or woman found idling upon the catwalk without cause would learn the intimate marriage of baton and back. And order is a beautiful word when spoken by those who will be rescued first. So we took it into our mouths and chewed until it became discipline, and we swallowed it because hunger is not picky. We went to our bunks and we lay beneath the buzz of the damp strips and the busy scurry of the pipe mice and the brittle talk of the neighbors arguing about whether bad weather could make a choir forget how to sing. And my sister, 12 and thin and clever in the ways a thin child learns to be, asked if the ocean in the sky had come for us at last, and I told her it was a cloud made by men and paid for by taxes and therefore could not be dangerous. And my mother reached from her bunk to run a finger across my forehead like she was smoothing the page of me. Sleep came in pieces, like a deck of cards someone drops in a corridor and then tries to reassemble while the lights flicker. I dreamed of the elevator, had the very specific dream you have when you have counted things too long, the one where numbers misbehave out of spite. And when I woke the first time, it was because the wind had changed its mind. And when I woke the second time, it was because I heard the groan a silo makes when something immense remembers it. And when I woke the third time, it was because there was no sound at all, and that was strange enough to bring me up on my elbows, and my mother was already awake, and my sister slept with her hand in a fist under her cheek, like she was negotiating with a small god. And out the hab window the sky was the same wrong tattoo. Closer now, not storm black, not night black, but a living density without light, like the space under your own tongue. We still went to work, because what else do you do? The Arbites did not arrive with permission slips for terror, and the PDF were elsewhere pretending they had something to prove, and the foreman's horn was an instrument that believed in its own right to be obeyed. And when I took my place at the slate, the columns of figures were waiting, patient and smug, and it was only at third bell that the first messenger from the High City came, the parchment man, we called him, because he wore a jacket creased like a document and a face that looked like it had been filed, and he told us, with the dry mouth of authority, that there had been a regional astropathic disruption, which meant nothing to most of us, because astropaths are fairy priests on ships we never see. But he said it like a weather report, like warning us about slick steps, and then he left. What mattered more than his words was the way the animals behaved. I know it sounds superstitious to say the grain is an animal, but when you live with something long enough, you feel its moods, and the grain was nervous. If a plant can be nervous, clacking against the augers like teeth, and out in the coops the crow lizards that kept the pests honest had gone half mad, refusing the feeders, fluttering in place with wings held at wrong angles, as if gravity had moved a finger, and the workyard dogs, which we kept against theft, and because their eyes made the night less large, began to whine in chords that made you think of an organ notes that should not sit next to each other without a priest in between. When the Vox finally spoke again, it had learned a stutter. It did not admit to this, because machines are proud, and priests teach them to be prouder. But its words clipped and doubled, and then a new sound rode underneath, a low thrumming that was not the thrum of our belts or our vents or our towers, a thrum like muscle-learned steel, like a ribs cage made from ship hull. And Bryn the loader said maybe a Navy escort had come to visit us. Maybe the administratum had heard about the lighters and sent someone with a bigger ledger. And Lero laughed in the brittle way you laugh when your bones know something your mouth rejects. And he said the Navy doesn't come for broken radios and late sacks. The Navy comes when cities burn bright enough to be seen from prayer. The first real argument broke out at the midday ration line. A woman from the washeries shoved a man from the threshers because he'd stepped over an imaginary boundary, and the man shoved back. And the argument was not about food or place. It was about the feeling that had crept into our muscles, the sense that everyone else was moving a fraction faster or slower than they ought. And if you have ever tried to pray with strangers, you know how easily the rhythm breaks. The Arbites turned the crowd with practiced violence, and afterwards everyone had 2 bruises and a boiled bun, and a little more certainty that the world was being asked a question by something that did not care for answers. There were little vanishings that afternoon, so little that even saying vanishings feels theatrical. A mid-tier tech priest with an octopus of mechadendrites who walked out to bless the cogitator racks and did not return, though his servo skull did, orbiting the racks like a tired planet. A boy I'd seen begging outside the canteen, gone and his chalk drawing half finished, the chalk dragged into a smear as if the artist had been tugged by something polite and intractable. 3 chickens, which is not a number to raise alarms until you have lived your whole life, knowing precisely how many chickens share your alley, and then 3 becomes a bell rung softly behind your ear. At last light the horizon thickened and rose, and a sound moved through the city that I did not have a word for at the time, and do not truly have a word for now. People will tell you it was thunder, and it was not thunder. People will tell you it was engines, and it was not engines. If I must call it something, I will call it appetite in the tense before a bite, a gathering of intent that makes the air a throat and the sky opened, not with rain or with holy fire, but with the slow suggestion of shapes inside the wrongness, great bellies and slow fins and tendrils like roots that had decided down was a prejudice, and the city breathed inward, because we are only ever as brave as our lungs permit. I think that was the moment I stopped being a record keeper, not because I put down the slate, but because the numbers on it stopped pretending they were anything except a story we tell to keep terror at a respectable distance. The figures curled like frightened insects and hid beneath my hand, and the foreman looked out toward the fields where the capillary towers would later grow like blasphemous trees. And he whispered, very softly, and without the faith he used to wear to be tall, "Emperor, save us." And the silence that came after was the kind you get in a chapel when a glass breaks, a waiting for the universe to declare whether that was a sin. We did what people do when the shape of their days becomes a question. The shrine filled, and the priest burned enough incense to make us dizzy, and he told us that challenge is proof of the emperor's attention, which is a beautiful lie, even when it is the only warmth in a room. And my mother lit all the candles we owned and set them in a line on the hab floor like a runway for angels, and my sister sat with her ear pressed to the vent like a child listening for the sea, though she had never seen water that did not come out of a pipe. The Arbites locked the gates and the PDF rolled guns to corners and pretended that barrels were answers, and the administratum sent out notices that said everything was within acceptable variance, and the dogs hid under bunks and refused to be dragged into daylight. That night, if it was night, because the wrongness above us had taken the sky away and replaced it with a lid, we learned a new quiet. Not the ordinary quiet of a power down when the generators stall and you can hear your neighbors breathing through the wall. Not the fragile quiet of a funeral when every cough is a crime, but a quiet that had weight in it. The kind of quiet that comes when something very large is trying to hear if you have stopped moving. I lay on my back and counted to 100, and then to 100 again, and the Hab's old pipes tapped a nervous code, and my sister fell asleep with her hand wrapped around a drill bit like it was a saint's finger, and my mother whispered the new prayer about the sea and the sky, and I decided very privately that I would steal a lift key from the foreman and take my family down into the silo tunnels, because tunnels are honest and sky is not. Before the shift horn, a tremor passed through the city, so gentle I might have blamed my own blood if the lights had not flickered in time. The first spore did not fall in our quarter, not then, not yet, but when the wind came in, it carried with it a sweetness that had no place in a world of rust and grain, a sweetness like fruit ripened in a mouth, and the crow lizards went mad, flinging themselves against their wire, with wings that both were and were not theirs, and in the distance a sound like a choir dragged backward through a tunnel rose and fell and rose again, and the sky, our ocean of wrong, pulsed almost imperceptibly, as if something beneath its surface had discovered breathing as a hobby and was growing fond of it. I tell you this with the calm of a man who has learned the shape of the knife that came after. On that last clean morning of what we later called the before, there were still jokes in the canteen, and someone still carved a heart and a name into the table, and someone still complained about the price of boots, and someone still swore to marry the first person who could brew tea that tasted less like swarf and more like memory. There were still small mercies, the kind the Imperium cannot tax, a hand on a shoulder at the right time, a slice of bread split 3 ways because 2 was not justice, the light that comes off a child's face when you tell her there will be fireworks after the harvest. And if you ask whether we were blind, I will tell you this. It is not blindness to hope the shadow will keep to its side of the street. What we did not know, what no prayer or notice or baton told us, was that the shadow had no street. It had only hunger, and hunger does not believe in lines, and that the sweetness on the air was not a gift, but a promise, and that the ocean above us had already lifted its tide to touch the edges of our roofs. We did not know that the ships we could not see were not ships the way we meant ships, and that their thoughts were weather, and their weather was appetite, and that the word civilian is simply a polite way of saying unarmed, and unarmed is a polite way of saying meat, and meat is a polite way of saying future nutrient allocation, and that we were already catalogued, and that the sky had made its first small mark upon our city, and would very soon come to collect. The next day did not begin with a horn or a prayer or the voice of a foreman. It began with the sound of a scream that had no origin and no destination, a scream that seemed to come from every vent at once, a scream that lasted only as long as a man can draw breath, but somehow left the pipes shaking for an hour after. And when we asked who screamed, no one could say because no one owned it. And so the scream became another omen, another nail we could not see, but felt being hammered into the frame of the world. The administratum called it a malfunction of the public vox, and the tech priests called it a harmonic deviation, and the Arbites called it sedition to ask. But those of us who had ears knew it was not machine, not echo, not mistake. It was the sound of a living thing discovering our language and using it for the first time, testing the shape of terror in its new throat. At the grain yards, the belts refused to run on time. Their teeth slipped against each other, as if unwilling to grind, and the grain came through in trickles, and Bryn swore the grain itself had grown heavier overnight. When we tipped it into the silos, the grain did not fall like a spill of sand, but like something reluctant, like something that did not want to be stored, and the loaders swore they felt the bins thrum beneath their hands. At midday, when the ration siren called, the crowd that gathered did not queue but pressed, shoulder to shoulder, every face hungry for more than food, hungry for reassurance that the day was still a day. But the ration clerks had less to give than before, the loaves half the weight, the water faintly metallic, and when an old man protested, the Arbites beat him in front of the line until his blood soaked the dust, and everyone else lowered their eyes and chewed their thin bread in silence that was not obedience, but calculation. How much longer could we pretend the world was unbroken? At the shrine that evening, the incense tasted wrong. My mother said it was cheap resin, but the priest's hands shook as he lit the coals, and when the smoke rose, it did not drift upward the way smoke should, but hung, gathering in lumps like bruises in the air, and children swore they saw shapes in it, arms too long, mouths too wide, eyes without light, and the priest told them they were blasphemous, and then told us to keep our eyes down, and we all understood that the emperor's presence had retreated, that our prayers were echoing in an empty hallway where something else was waiting to answer. Night came, and with it the animals. Not the crow lizards in their cages, not the dogs in the alleys, but new animals we had never catalogued, skittering shapes in the gutters, clicking limbs on the silo roofs, a sound like many mouths chewing in the darkness above the hab blocks. When the Arbites patrolled, their lamps found nothing. When they turned their backs, the chewing returned, louder. My sister told me she dreamed of teeth raining from the sky, not falling but flying, and I told her to hush. But when she opened her hand the next morning, she held a tooth that was not human and not animal, a tooth that pulsed faintly as if it missed its mouth. The official notices the next day said the choir had been dismissed due to illness. That was the lie. The truth was that the choir's voices had not stopped singing after their throats were cut. They were still humming when their bodies were carried to the ash pits, a low, droning hum that grew louder each time the wind touched the pyres, and the priests stuffed their ears with wax and told us to pray louder, 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 until our own throats bled, and the hum finally retreated. Not silenced, only patient. The first omen was not a single event. It was a series of fractures, each small enough to ignore if you were desperate enough to keep breathing, each wide enough to swallow you if you lingered too long. It was the scream in the vents, the weight in the grain, the blood in the ration line, the smoke that grew teeth, the chewing in the night, the teeth in a child's hand, the choir that refused to die. It was a list written by something that had not yet arrived, but had already begun counting us, marking our uses, measuring the worth of our flesh. We told ourselves it was nothing. We told ourselves it was the season. We told ourselves it was the administratum's incompetence, the priest's weakness, the Arbite's cruelty, the tech priest's mistakes. We told ourselves stories, because stories are warm even when the world grows cold. But the sky outside had thickened to ink, and in that ink, something vast was already watching, already hungry, already making ready to descend. And the first omen was not a warning, it was a promise. We were taught that the sky was another machine, a lid made of clouds and processors and prayers, a thing to be managed by the mechanicus the way silos were managed, the way births were registered, the way debts were harvested. But machines are supposed to be obedient. Machines are supposed to be predictable. Machines are supposed to be as small as their instructions. And when the sky decided to change, we understood, too late, that not all machines are ours. At first, it was color, not the gentle dimming of dusk or the burnt bronze of storm, but a saturation, an ink poured too heavily into the dome above us. It turned blue into bruise, gold into rust, and white into the grey of a drowned lung. The children said it looked sick, and the old said it looked like the sky wept blood in its sleep. And the priests said nothing, because priests know better than to argue with a sickness that will not answer to prayer. The tech priests tried to name it, because naming is their only shield, and they called it an atmospheric anomaly, and they tapped their data slates until sparks fell from their mechadendrites like spent incense, and when the anomaly refused to disperse, they ordered the Vox arrays to broadcast calm. But calm does not broadcast. Calm does not fit into signals. Calm is a lie you whisper to yourself when the crowd begins to notice the horizon is too heavy. The Arbites enforced curfew, as if night could be made less black by telling us when to fear it. They marched the streets with shock malls humming and visors glowing, and they beat anyone who stared too long at the wrong-colored sky, as if the sky itself were an illegal act. But the people stared anyway, because fear has longer legs than discipline, and once you have seen the horizon bulge, once you have watched the dome tremble like skin held too tightly over muscle, you cannot stop staring, you cannot stop measuring whether it has crept closer since the last breath. The PDFs swore they had the situation contained, which meant nothing because soldiers are taught to say that word the way priests are taught to say faith. They rolled their armored carriers down the main streets, and the carriers rattled louder than usual, as if the bolts inside the machine were nervous, and they mounted guns toward the heavens, as if bullets could hurt weather. People laughed, a short and bitter laugh, because even hunger knew that guns were for men, and the sky was not a man. The city itself began to reflect the change. Light no longer fell correctly. Shadows grew longer than their owners, and then shrank until they looked like stains. Reflections in water took longer to move than the faces above them. Glass stopped being honest. Metal stopped being loyal. The hab walls pulsed faintly, though no one would admit it, and every doorframe looked a fraction narrower, as if the city were holding its breath. Children began to wake, screaming with dreams they could not describe. Mothers said they spoke in voices not their own, voices deeper, older, voices that made no sense in a child's mouth. Fathers carried them to shrines, but the incense curled into shapes that looked like claws, and the wax of the candles dripped in patterns that looked like teeth, and the priests could not drive the voices out, so the mothers held their children tighter and sang songs with no notes, songs made only of shaking throats and breaking hearts. Animals died first. The crow lizards twisted in their cages until their necks broke. The dogs in the alleys chewed through their own legs rather than remain. The rats that lived fat in the silo drains fled upward into the streets and then dropped dead in heaps, their bodies writhing with something too small to see but too numerous to deny. The air smelled of rot even before rot arrived, and we said it was the season, but no season ever bled like that. On the third day of the changed sky, the first rain fell. It was not water, it was not acid, it was a mist, a fine dew that clung to skin like saliva. It left no burns, no marks, only a wetness that refused to dry, a wetness that seeped through clothes and stayed in the pores, a wetness that tasted faintly sweet when it touched the tongue, though none of us admitted we tasted it, because to admit hunger is to admit weakness, and weakness is already an invitation. The silos clogged. The grain, once proud and golden, blackened where the mist touched it, grew slick, grew heavy, as if preparing itself for a mouth larger than ours. The loaders swore the bins were breathing. The belts shivered under cargo they could no longer bear. The numbers on my slate jittered, duplicating themselves, slipping into patterns that formed words in a language I did not know but felt in my teeth. Words that hummed like a throat waiting to sing. The priest said the emperor was testing us, and the Arbite said discipline would save us, and the PDF said fire would cleanse us, and the administratum said variance was within tolerance. But in the habs, in the alleys, in the silos, in the gutters, the people whispered that the sky was not sick. The sky was not wrong. The sky was changing because something inside it was waking. And waking things are always hungry. At dusk, the horizon split, not visibly, not with the eyes, but with the ears. A sound like fabric tearing, but no fabric was torn. A sound like a rib cracking, but no chest was cracked broken. A sound like the planet itself had sighed too deeply and the crust complained. People clutched their ears, children bled from their noses, dogs howled with throats they no longer had, and when it ended, the sky was darker still, darker not with the night, but with intent. And though no one said it aloud, though no Arbites dared record it, though no priest dared admit it, though no loader dared swear it, we all knew the sky had noticed us, and it was smiling. It is difficult to measure the moment when fear becomes more than rumor, when dread ceases to be a habit and becomes a weight pressing upon the marrow. We had endured storms before, endured shortages, endured Arbites' batons, endured prayers that felt unanswered. But this was not a storm, not a shortage, not discipline, not neglect. This was something that arrived in silence and thickened until it had the weight of a second gravity. The administratum still issued notices printed in black ink that looked smug in their confidence. Atmospheric variances remain within acceptable tolerances. Supply lighters will resume schedule. Astropathic silence is temporary. They nailed the papers to the hab block doors as if paper could command obedience from air. The Arbites patrolled below those papers, mauls crackling, ready to batter anyone who questioned their truth. But all the notices and all the batons could not make us believe what our bodies knew. The sky was not sick. The sky was not weather. The sky was becoming a mouth. On the seventh day of the changed horizon, the silence deepened. It was not ordinary silence. Ordinary silence is absence. Absence of voices, absence of machines, absence of birds. This silence was presence. A saturation of nothingness so dense it had texture. Breathing grew difficult, as if the air itself had thickened, as if every inhalation required permission. Voices faltered in mid-sentence, words seemed to stumble and die before reaching ears. Even laughter, that stubborn act of defiance, cracked and fell flat. And then the dreams began. I woke to my sister's scream, not the scream of terror, but the scream of a body trying to claw something invisible out of its lungs. Her back arched, her fists clenched so tight her nails broke skin, and her mouth poured out words she could not have known. They were not Gothic, not the Binharic chants of the Mechanicus, not even the gutter slang of the Hab blocks. They were syllables that rang wrong, like numbers divided by themselves, like glass breaking in slow motion. My mother clutched her child and whispered the Emperor's name, but the words did not seem to stick. They slid off the air like oil off steel. All across the city, other children screamed the same way. Whole Hab blocks echoed with voices that did not belong in human throats. Priests ran into the streets with censers blazing, smoke coiling in frantic spirals, and they shouted litanies until their throats bled. But the children's voices drowned them. Even when their eyes rolled back and their bodies collapsed, the words kept flowing from their lips for minutes afterward, as if their lungs were not their own. The tech priests called it mass hysteria, though their mechadendrites writhed with agitation as they said it. They claimed there was a resonance anomaly in the noosphere, a fluctuation of the machine spirits, but their voices shook, and their optics flickered, and their servo skulls crashed into walls like drunks. Some of them simply froze, augmetics twitching, lips mouthing binary sequences that went on until their batteries burned out. The priest said it was a test, as they always said, but the Emperor's presence felt thinner than parchment. Prayers fell dead in our mouths. The rosaries felt like useless weights of bone and wire. The incense did not rise but hung heavy, clinging to faces, leaving streaks of ash where it touched skin. The shadow had arrived. We did not know the name then, but later, after the feeding was over and no lips remained to whisper, we learned it from the stories that filtered down from soldiers who survived longer than most. The shadow in the warp, the shroud of hunger that smothers planets before the claws descend. It is not attack, it is not fire, it is not even sound. It is the silencing of hope, it is the smothering of prayer, it is the erasure of every thought that might resist. When the shadow thickened, the first to break were the Psychers. We had only a handful, sanctioned by the black ships and tethered by chains of law and fear. They were kept in the upper spires under the watch of the scholar and the ecclesiarchy, their lives tolerated only because their voices could reach across stars. But on the 8th day, their voices tore themselves apart. I was in the grainyard when the first scream came, a long, rising howl that stabbed through the air like a blade. Every augmetic in the yard sparked, every cogitator froze, every lumen flickered. We clutched our heads and fell to our knees as blood poured from our noses and ears. The scream lasted for an eternity, compressed into 30 seconds, and when it stopped, silence crushed us flat. Later we learned that every sanctioned psyker in the hive had died in the same moment. Some burst like overripe fruit, spraying blood across chapel walls. Others burned from within, fire pouring from eyes and mouths until only ash remained. A few simply withered into husks, their flesh drained of color, their bones brittle, their sockets empty. The Arbites tried to cover it up, but there is no covering when the smell of charred flesh rolls down every stairwell. Without the Psychers, communication died completely. Vox lines filled with static, astropathic channels were gone, ships in orbit drifted blind. For us, trapped on the surface, it meant one thing: we were alone. Fear breeds faster than fungus when it finds the right conditions, and the shadow gave it fertile ground. In the ration lines, people stopped looking each other in the eyes. In the habs, neighbors barricaded doors against neighbors. Mothers clutched children too tightly. Fathers sharpened tools that were not meant for killing. The Arbites doubled patrols, beating fear into submission, but fear has 1,000 faces and cannot be bludgeoned into silence. The PDF staged drills in the plazas. They lined us up in neat rows and shouted instructions as if order could shield us. We watched them fire laser guns at the sky, bolts of light vanishing into the bruise-colored dome. They said the weapons were blessed, that the Emperor's light rode each shot, but we knew the beams did nothing. The sky did not notice. The sky was not a target. The sky was an appetite. The first spores fell that night. They did not announce themselves with fire or thunder. They drifted, soft and silent, like snow that had forgotten how to be clean. At first, we thought it was ash. It coated the hab roofs, gathered in gutters, clung to railings. Children reached out with laughing hands, only to scream when the flakes stuck and would not wipe away. The substance was soft and fibrous, clinging like cobwebs, but pulsing faintly with warmth. By morning, the spores had melted into slime. The slime seeped into cracks, into drains, into ventilation shafts. It carried with it a smell both sweet and sour, like fruit rotting in a sealed jar. And where it pooled, it quivered as if something inside were waiting. The tech priests insisted it was organic pollution. They ordered crews to burn it, but fire only made it smoke, and the smoke smelled worse, a choking stench that made lungs seize. Workers tasked with cleansing began to cough blood within hours. Their skin blistered where droplets touched. The administratum silenced the reports, but the coughing spread through whole districts. People began to whisper about the harvesters. They said shapes moved at night, shapes that crawled along walls and ceilings, shapes that were too fast to see clearly. Livestock vanished, whole coops were emptied, doors splintered from the inside. But by dawn, nothing remained except the slime. The Arbites declared curfew again. They claimed it was for our safety, but everyone knew it was because even they were afraid to walk the streets at night. Their patrols grew fewer, their voices cracked when they shouted, their shock mauls no longer felt convincing. My sister stopped speaking altogether. She sat by the hab window and stared at the horizon, lips pressed tight, eyes wide. When I asked her why, she shook her head and finally whispered, "They are listening when we talk." My mother slapped me when I tried to argue because mothers know when children tell the truth before anyone else can bear to. In the silence of the shadow, we learned a new kind of terror. Not terror of storms, not terror of fire, not terror of men, terror of being noticed, terror of being counted, terror of being measured as biomass. The priests still rang bells, the PDF still marched, the administratum still issued papers, but beneath it all, we knew. The sky had changed, the silence had teeth, the shadow was here, and hunger had begun to dream of us. There is a threshold where dread ceases to be a fog and becomes a blade, where the unseen threat ceases to whisper and instead steps into the room with teeth. For days we told ourselves that the silence, the mist, the slime, the screams in children's mouths were omens. Omens could still be endured, still be argued with, still be explained away as accidents or coincidences or madness. But the day came when the Tyranids stopped being a rumor and became flesh. That was the day dread became a predator and we became prey. I woke to the sound of silence again, but this silence was different. It was too exact. The hab blocks always carried sound, boots on metal stairs, coughs echoing through pipes, the endless thrum of vent fans. But that morning none of it stirred. The fans were dead, the pipes held their breath, the corridors were empty. My sister sat at the window, her eyes wide and her lips bloodless. She pointed at the street below, and I saw it. No one was walking, no one at all. The plaza that should have been filled with queues was deserted, as if the city had remembered something terrible in the night and decided to vanish rather than face it. The ration bells rang on schedule, but no one moved. Even hunger knew better. We waited for the Arbites to march and bark orders. None came. We waited for the PDF to roll their carriers down the avenues. None came. The only sound was the wind, and even the wind felt wrong, brushing against the hab walls like a hand that had too many fingers. The first scream came from the silo quarter, high, shrill, unending. We thought it was another of the dreams. Another child taken by words not theirs, until the scream pitched into gurgling and cut short with a wet tearing sound. The echo of it hung in the air like smoke. Then we heard another and another. I ran toward the sound with the others, not out of bravery, but because terror drags the body forward as often as it drives it back. We reached the grain yard and found the first signs. Blood smeared in long strokes across the silo walls. Grain spilled out like entrails onto the ground, and the loaders standing motionless, their eyes wide, their hands trembling, their mouths working but making no sound. "What is it?" I asked one. He only lifted a shaking finger and pointed toward the broken drain cover. Something was moving there. At first I thought it was a flood of rats, but rats do not move in unison. Rats do not flow like water with purpose. Rats do not glisten with wetness that is not fur. Out of the drain poured things no bigger than a child's arm. Dozens, hundreds, their bodies slick and segmented, their mouths ringed with jagged teeth that clicked as they tasted the air. Rippers. One of them lunged at a loader's boot. Before the man could react, 3 more followed, climbing up his legs, biting, tearing. His screams finally broke the silence, high and hopeless, and when we pulled at him to save him, the flesh came away in strips already chewed. He fell thrashing, his throat vanishing under a tide of hungry mouths. The ground itself seemed to ripple as more poured out. They were not animals, not vermin, not accidents of evolution. They were hunger-made flesh, mouths attached to muscle and nothing more, and they came in numbers no fire could scatter. The Arbites finally arrived, shock mauls crackling, las pistols firing into the tide. A dozen rippers burst apart, smoking, but for everyone killed, 10 more scuttled forward. The Arbites tried to form a line, tried to bark orders, but their voices cracked with fear, and their formation broke as the swarm split, spilling down side streets, crawling up walls, pouring through windows. We heard screams from above as the rippers found the upper hab levels. We heard the tearing of wood and metal. We heard the muffled cries of families barricaded in rooms that would not hold. The Arbites fell one by one, dragged into heaps of gnashing teeth. One, a woman with a crimson stripe on her helm, managed to hold her ground long enough to empty 2 clips into the swarm before they took her legs. Her scream turned into a gargle, then silence. The PDF sent carriers. Their lascannons lit the streets with blinding fire. Rippers burst in swathes, black ichor painting the walls. For a moment, it looked like the line might hold, but the drain covers kept breaking. The slime quivered in the cracks. New waves poured out, thicker, faster, hungrier, and with them came larger shapes. They leapt from shadows, limbs bent wrong, claws like scythes, mouths snapping with serrated fangs. Gaunts, spine gaunts, hormogaunts. I did not know their names then, but I knew their purpose. Where the rippers ate bodies piece by piece, the gaunts tore through lines with speed, cutting men in half, ripping open vehicles, leaping over barricades. The first carrier went down in seconds, claws punching through its armor like paper, dragging screaming crew out through holes too small for them to fit. Their bones cracked as they were forced through, their blood spraying the crowd. Panic exploded. The line broke. We ran, not in formation, not with reason, but in every direction. Families scattered, priests dropped their censers, Arbites fled their posts. The plaza dissolved into chaos. I grabbed my sister's hand and dragged her through the alleys. Behind us, the street filled with shrieks, human and inhuman alike. The shadows leapt from walls. Teeth clattered on stone. My sister stumbled, but I pulled her up, my own breath ragged, my lungs burning. In the alleys, others ran too, faces pale, eyes wild. Some carried children, some carried nothing. One man dragged a sack of grain until he tripped and the sack burst, spilling blackened kernels that pulsed faintly. The rippers found him in seconds. We left him screaming. Everywhere, the same sight. Barricades failing, doors breaking, walls smeared with blood. The swarm was not just feeding, it was herding, driving us inward, compressing us into smaller spaces. We did not understand it yet, but we were cattle being funneled towards slaughter. We found ourselves at the central shrine, along with dozens of others. The priest stood at the altar, arms raised, voice breaking, as he shouted for the emperor's light. The statue loomed above him, candles burning desperately at its feet. The people crowded close, clutching rosaries, begging for a miracle. The miracle never came. The first gaunt burst through the shrine doors, its body slick with gore, its claws dripping. The priest raised his staff and shouted, but the gaunt leapt, claws flashing. The staff broke, the priest fell, and his blood painted the altar. The people screamed, pressed tighter, some praying louder, some clawing at the walls to escape. More gaunts followed. The shrine became a slaughterhouse. I remember my sister's face, pale and wet with tears, as she clutched me and whispered, "Don't let them see me." I pulled her behind the altar as the screams rose, as the claws tore, as the statue toppled and shattered, as the candles sputtered out in rivers of blood. The last thing I saw before I closed my eyes was the priest's head rolling across the floor, his mouth still open in prayer that had not been heard. The city did not fall in a day, it fell in an hour. The swarm spread like fire with purpose, rippers devoured every scrap of flesh, gaunts tore apart the lines, the Arbites, the PDF, the priests, all vanished under the tide. The administratum scribes who once nailed their notices to the doors were found nailed themselves, their bodies torn open, their blood used to stain the walls. The hive mind had arrived. We were not fighting an army. We were feeding a hunger that was larger than planets, a hunger that thought in silence, a hunger that moved through claws and teeth like fingers of a single body. And we, civilians, loaders, mothers, children, we were the first course. By nightfall, the city was no longer a city. It was a larder. The screams still echoed. The shadows still moved. But the streets belonged to them now. We hid in cracks, in basements, in drains. We prayed without sound because sound meant being noticed. We held our breath until our lungs ached. We did not move. We did not think. We did not hope. Because the feast had begun, and we were already inside its mouth. It is strange how quickly the world shrinks. Only a week before, the city had seemed endless. Stairwells rising forever, hab blocks stacked like teeth, streets stretching in every direction, plazas echoing with thousands of feet. But once the Tyranids arrived, once the gaunts leapt the barricades and the rippers crawled into our beds, the whole city narrowed to one truth. Survival meant finding a hole and not being noticed. We did not choose the sewers because they were safe. We chose them because everywhere else had already burned. The shrine was gone, the plazas were gone, the carriers were smoking husks, the administratum offices had been split open like eggs. Fire had taken half the avenues, teeth had taken the rest. When the swarm descended on the shrine, I dragged my sister through a cracked flagstone behind the altar. It led to an old access hatch, rusted and half buried, one the priests had once used for incense deliveries. We pried it open with bleeding hands and slipped inside, sealing it behind us just as claws scraped the stone above. The air was worse than death. It smelled of rust and waste and the sour sweetness of rot. The darkness pressed against our eyes, thick and damp, and every drip of water sounded like a scream. But we were alive. For now. Others found their way down too. Broken families, bleeding workers, an Arbites officer with one arm torn away and his maul still sparking. We huddled in the tunnels, backs against slime-slick walls, eyes wide and unblinking. No one spoke. Words felt like an invitation to be found. The swarm never slept. We could hear them even below. The ground trembled with their movement. Their shrieks and chitters echoed down the drains, muffled but unmistakable. Sometimes the pipes groaned, not with water, but with something slithering inside. Once a drain cover overhead rattled, then screamed with human voices. Voices not calling for help, but mimicking help, high and hollow, until the metal cracked under the weight of something clawed. Every now and then the silence above would stretch too long, and that was worse than the noise. The silence meant feeding. Silence meant that the screaming had already ended, and only chewing remained. On the second night, the Arbites officer, the one with only one arm, began to mutter. He clutched his shock maul like it could save him, but his lips trembled, and his words came out broken. "They're in me," he whispered. "I can hear them. Every time I close my eyes, they're whispering. Not in Gothic, not in any tongue I know. Just hunger, just hunger." At first we thought fever, infection. The stump of his shoulder was blackened, festering. But when we leaned close, when his muttering grew louder, I realized he wasn't lying. He was hearing something that was not his. The words carried rhythm, carried weight. They were wrong syllables, wrong sounds, yet they throbbed with intent. We pulled away, terrified of his voice, terrified that by listening we had been noticed. Hours later, he screamed once, twice, and then smashed his own skull against the wall until the muttering stopped. The echoes did not fade quickly. Food was gone after the second day. Water turned foul after the third. We drank anyway, because thirst was louder than disgust. Rats used to infest the sewers, but they were gone too. We did not wonder where they had gone. We knew. My sister whispered in the dark that she saw eyes sometimes. She pointed into cracks where no light touched, swore that something was watching. I told her it was nerves, but I lied, because I saw them too, glints of wetness, low to the ground, blinking wrong, moving closer when no one moved. On the fourth night, one of the survivors vanished. He had been sitting against the wall, mumbling prayers, when suddenly his space was empty. No sound, no struggle, just gone. His rosary was still swinging when we noticed. By the fifth night, more were missing, taken in silence. We huddled tighter, but huddling did not help. The cracks had mouths, the shadows had teeth. It was not only the rippers now, there was something else. The walls began to breathe, faintly at first, then stronger. The slime that coated the stone pulsed with rhythm, like veins under skin. Sometimes it quivered when we passed, as if scenting us. And then came the chorus. At first it was faint, a low thrum beneath the stone, like machinery buried deep. Then it grew louder, filling the tunnels with resonance. Not words, not voices, but something between the two, a harmony of hunger. We covered our ears, but that did not stop it. The sound was not in our ears. It was in our skulls. The children whimpered. The adults clawed at their faces. My sister clutched her head and wept without sound. It was the hive mind. We did not know the name then, but we knew the meaning. The city above was no longer ours. It belonged to a thought larger than worlds, a thought that reached even into stone, a thought that would not allow silence. On the sixth day underground, we heard lasfire above, not scattered, panicked bursts, but volleys, disciplined, trained. The PDF had not all died. Something of the line remained. Their shots cracked like lightning through the tunnels, shaking dust from the ceilings. For the first time since the feast began, people dared to breathe faster. We crept upward, through broken ladders and shattered drains, to glimpse what remained. I carried my sister, my arms weak, my stomach clawing at itself. Others followed, silent and desperate. When we reached the upper grates, we saw them, a PDF regiment, what was left of it, holding a barricade in the avenue. Sandbags, burnt-out carriers, shattered habdoors stacked into walls. Their laser guns fired in unison. Flamers lit the street with brief suns. Mortars shook the horizon. For one moment it looked possible. For one moment the humans fought back. But then the horizon moved. It was not gaunts this time, not just rippers. The horizon itself shifted, rippling as a tide of chitin and claw and flesh rolled forward. Warriors, taller than men, their carapaces ridged and shining, their weapons fused to their arms, their eyes glowing with a hive-born purpose. Behind them, beasts larger still, shapes with cannon mouths that belched bioplasma, shapes that carried living weapons on their backs, shapes that should not exist outside nightmares. The PDF fired, the street lit with fire and light. Dozens of Tyranids fell, dozens more crawled over them. The barricade shook, the wave did not break. We watched from below as the swarm swallowed the last line of soldiers. Their voices rang out in one final volley, and then the street was silent again. Not victory, only chewing. That was when it truly sank in. The hive was not just here to kill us, it was here to erase us, to strip us of flesh, of bone, of thought, of history, until nothing of us remained but nutrients for its brood. There was no negotiation, no surrender, no bargain, only feeding. And yet, in the tunnels, in the dark, with my sister's hand clutched in mine, I realized something else too. To be devoured slowly is still to be alive, and as long as life flickers, resistance is possible. Not resistance to win, not resistance to save the planet, but resistance to deny the hive its perfect silence. That was the seed of defiance, a seed buried in fear, a seed pressed into darkness, a seed that might sprout only once and briefly. But even a brief defiance can wound, and if the hive was listening, I hoped it heard that thought before it found us again. The tunnels were not meant for us, and we knew it with every breath. The air was poison with age, thick with damp mold, sour with things too old to name. We moved anyway, because the above was worse, because the above was already gone. Our footsteps splashed through filth, and every sound we made felt like a flare in the dark, an announcement to anything listening that there was still meat to be found here. Some said the tunnels were safe, some said the Tyranids were not yet below, but lies were easy in the dark, and hope was nothing more than a quieter kind of death. We carried silence like a weapon, pressing it against our lips, holding it in our throats, pretending it would protect us. There were fewer of us now. Every time we stopped to rest, the number was smaller. No one spoke of it. The missing had not cried out, had not fought, had not begged for help. They were simply there one moment, gone the next. It was as if the stone itself had eaten them, as if the shadows had claimed them as payment for allowing us to pass. My sister never slept anymore. Her eyes stayed wide, her pupils too large, her breathing shallow, as though she thought stillness itself might trick the swarm into believing she was already dead. Sometimes I envied her stillness. My own body trembled without my consent, knees rattling, fingers twitching, the tremors of prey that cannot stop remembering the scent of predators. We could still hear them above us. The ground shook in intervals, a rhythm too precise for chance, the thud of countless claws hammering streets to dust. At times, screams would echo down through the cracks in the stone, muffled and broken, always ending the same way, sharp, sudden, cut off by a sound that was no longer human. Then silence, and then chewing, always chewing, that wet, obscene sound of teeth grinding bone and flesh. It became a kind of drumbeat, steady, unbroken, reminding us of what waited above if we dared to climb back toward the light. We did not know how long we had been down there. Time meant nothing. Without the sun, without bells, without schedules, there was only the ache of hunger, the rasp of thirst, the darkness that never changed. Some whispered it had only been days, others swore it had been weeks. I could not tell. My stomach twisted with emptiness until the pain dulled into a constant gnawing, a hollow reminder that we would starve before we were eaten. There were no rats anymore. The swarm had found them first. Once a boy tried to scrape moss from the stone and chew it, but the moss bled when he pulled it, and it screamed like a mouth being torn open. He spat it out, sobbing, and none of us tried again. The voices began then, not ours, not theirs, not the priest's prayers or the Arbite's commands, but something in between. They filled the stone like a vibration, a resonance that moved through our skulls and down into our bones. It was not language as we knew it. It was hunger shaped into sound. It was intent without words. At first we pressed our ears and shook our heads and begged it to stop, but the voices were not in the air. They were in us. They rose from marrow and brain, whispering that the swarm was everywhere, that the swarm was endless, that the swarm had already seen us. The younger ones cried, the older ones clawed at their own faces, the wounded screamed until their throats broke, and then it would fade, but never fully, always waiting, always crouching in the corners of our minds. We came to a junction of the tunnels and found bodies there. They were not ours. They were not Tyranid either. They were half-changed. A woman's torso lay in one corner, her legs still human, but her chest sprouting chitin, her mouth split into mandibles that had been frozen mid-growth when death took her. A child sat against the wall, its head too large, its eyes black and glistening, its arms fused into a single claw that ended in dripping bone. They were not eaten. They were abandoned, left unfinished, discarded by the hive as mistakes. We stared too long. Some gagged, some prayed. My sister buried her face into my chest. I pulled her away before she could see the way the child's claw twitched, even though it was dead, even though its chest had already rotted through. We kept moving, but the air grew worse. It carried a new scent, thick and sickly sweet, the smell of resin, of flesh softened into slime, of the hive itself. The walls began to change. They pulsed faintly when we brushed them. The stone was no longer stone. It was alive. Every step took us deeper into something that had been born inside the planet, something that was growing around us without our consent. The tunnels narrowed, the air grew hotter, the slime under our feet clung like tar. We did not want to admit it, but we all knew. We had not escaped the swarm. We had walked straight into its throat. One of the men snapped then. He screamed, not words but raw sound, hurling himself against the wall, clawing at the resin with broken nails, shouting that he would rather die fighting than be eaten in silence. His scream echoed through the tunnels until it shook the air, until it drowned even the whispers. It was brave, it was stupid, it was final. The shadows moved. We saw them shift at the edges of our vision. Then they were among us. They came too fast to count. Rippers first, always rippers, their clicking teeth a frenzy of hunger. They burst from cracks, from drains, from seams in the wall, a tide of slick bodies writhing with mouths. They took the screaming man first, burying him in a wave of gnashing teeth, dragging him down before his cries could even finish. Blood sprayed the walls, and the resin drank it. Then the gaunts followed, their claws scraping the stone, their eyes like black jewels that reflected no light. They tore into the survivors without pause, cutting flesh, breaking bone, scattering us like leaves in a storm. We ran again. We always ran. The tunnels twisted, narrowed, split, and closed, but we did not think. We only moved. My sister's hand burned in mine as we stumbled over bodies, over slime, over weapons dropped in panic. The air shook with the sounds of pursuit, claws on stone, screeches that split the dark, the endless clicking of teeth that had no end. The Arbeits officer, what was left of him, swung his maul one last time, sparks lighting the tunnel as it cracked against chitin. But he was taken in an instant, his scream cut short as a claw tore him open. We found another hatch, half buried under slime, and forced it open with shaking arms. I shoved my sister through, crawled after, and pulled the cover down just as claws scraped across it. Darkness swallowed us again. We lay there gasping, trembling, hearing the swarm move past, hearing it sniff, hearing it scrape, but it did not stop. For once, it did not stop. I held her against me, my chest heaving, her face buried in my shoulder. She whispered again, not to me, not to anyone, but to herself. She whispered that she did not want to be seen, that she did not want to be tasted, that she did not want to become what we had seen. I told her she wouldn't. My voice broke when I said it, because I was lying, and she knew, and the hive knew, and the tunnels themselves knew. But lying was all that was left. The darkness pressed closer. The whispers returned, louder now, clearer, as if the hive was no longer distant, but crouching just beyond our sight. It spoke in pulses, in rhythms, in a chorus of hunger that had no beginning and no end. It told us we were already dead, that we were already inside its belly, that it had only been waiting for us to realize. And in that moment, with slime dripping from the ceiling, with screams still echoing in the distance, with my sister shaking in my arms, I believed it. I believed we had already been devoured, and that what was left of us was only the taste lingering on its tongue. The streets had stopped belonging to us, but some still clung to them, scavengers and broken defenders, too desperate or too stubborn to hide in the depths. I was among them now, because hunger had driven me upward again, hunger and thirst, and the impossible weight of the tunnels pressing into my skull until I thought the stone itself would split me in half. We came out through a sewer grate half melted by acid, its bars twisted into jagged hooks, and the first breath of surface air nearly broke me. It was fouled by smoke and rot, filled with the stench of flesh and fire, yet compared to the tunnels it was like breathing freedom. My sister and I crawled into a ruined alley where statues of saints had been split into rubble. their faces chewed smooth by claws, their halos broken into shards scattered across the stones. The city was no longer a city. It was a carcass stretched over bone. The streets that had once thrummed with life were hushed now, broken by the echo of distant detonations or the shrill cries of feeding beasts. Doors gaped open like mouths that had screamed too long. Windows stared down with hollow eyes, jagged teeth of glass dripping blood. And everywhere, in every shadow, something moved just out of sight. People whispered of monsters that could not be seen. They whispered in terror that some among us vanished not by swarm, not by flood of claws and teeth, but by single strikes, sudden and precise. A priest walking in prayer, his throat open before his words ended. A captain shouting orders to rally civilians, dragged into an alley, his body left hanging upside down, gutted and displayed like a message none could read but all understood. A family crawling from one ruin to the next, only to find the mother missing when they turned a corner, her rosary left spinning in the air as if she had been plucked by invisible claws. The whispers spread faster than fire, invisible killers, monsters that did not roar, that did not swarm, that did not feed in frenzy but stalked like shadows. Some called them ghosts, some demons, others cursed them as punishment for sins we had not yet confessed. I knew the truth without knowing the name. These were not spirits, they were hunters. The swarm had unleashed something worse than the tide, worse than the hordes that swept the streets. These were eyes we could not see, blades that struck before fear could find breath. I saw one only once, and even then I cannot swear that my eyes were honest. We had joined with a band of survivors moving toward the Manufacturum district, where rumor said militia still fought. The group was led by a woman in flak armor, a captain by the way she carried herself, her laser gun clutched like it was an extension of her bones. She kept us quiet, kept us pressed to walls, darted us across streets in bursts, her voice low and commanding, and for a few moments I believed we might make it. Then, as she raised her hand to signal another dash, she froze. Her eyes widened, her lips parted, and before any of us could see why, her body was yanked backward into shadow. There was no sound, no scream, only the wet crack of flesh tearing. Blood sprayed across the wall where she had stood. When we reached for her, she was already gone, only a smear of gore sliding down brick as proof she had existed. The civilians broke then. Some ran into the open shrieking, their fear louder than survival. They did not make it 10 steps before gaunts spilled from a ruin and cut them down. Others huddled, weeping, their prayers faltering into silence as though afraid the sound would summon more. My sister clutched me, her nails biting through my skin, her eyes darting to every shadow, certain each held the same fate. I whispered that we had to keep moving, that stillness was death, but my own voice shook, my throat raw with terror. It happened again and again. A man leading a dozen survivors, his head severed before his sentence finished. A priest clutching an aquila, lifted into the dark and slammed down in 2 pieces. The militia that tried to hold a street with sandbags and melted barrels, their sergeant split apart by invisible blades before he could raise his weapon. Each time the group shattered, each time order dissolved into chaos. The fear changed us. It made us suspicious. We began to doubt each other, to see betrayal in every glance. Some swore that the invisible monsters walked among us in stolen skins, that the man beside you might not be a man, but a beast wearing his flesh. Others accused survivors of drawing the killers with prayers, with noise, with weakness. Arguments grew into fights, and fights ended with blood. The swarm did not need to kill us all. We were doing their work for them. I felt it too. Every whisper of wind became a threat, every shadow a mouth, every survivor a liability. I kept my sister close, pulling her behind me when others drew near, glaring at them until they moved away. I could not trust anyone, not anymore. Fear stripped trust from us faster than hunger stripped our bodies. One night, if night had meaning anymore, we sheltered in the ruins of a hab block. The upper floors caved in, the walls blackened by fire. There were 20 of us. We tried not to sleep, tried to keep watch, but exhaustion was heavier than discipline. One by one, eyes closed. My sister's head slumped against me, her breathing shallow but steady. I forced myself to stay awake, to listen. That was when I heard it. A scrape against stone, not loud, not clumsy, deliberate, patient. I held my breath, straining my ears. Another scrape, closer, a whisper of movement. My skin prickled, my stomach clenched. I reached for a shard of rebar I had been carrying as a weapon, my knuckles whitening around it. My eyes darted to the shadows beyond the broken wall, and for an instant I saw it. Not a shape, not fully, but an outline of wrongness. A shimmer, like heat haze on scorched asphalt, twisting the air into a distortion. Two eyes glinted in the blur, faint, reflective, predatory. They stared straight into me, pinning me in place. My breath stopped. My blood froze. I could not move. The shimmer tilted its head, studying, measuring. Then it melted back into the dark, gone as though it had never been there. When I exhaled, it sounded like a scream. None of the others woke. None saw what I had seen. I sat shaking until the grey light of dawn filtered through the smoke. My sister stirred, confused by my trembling. I told her nothing. I could not, because to speak of it was to give it more power, to admit that we were being hunted by something that was not flesh and bone but fear itself, sharpened into claws. After that night, I knew what the whispers meant. The invisible monsters were not stories. They were real. They were here. They were watching us, one by one, deciding who would vanish next. And the worst truth of all was not that they were hunting us. The worst truth was that they were choosing, because it meant we were prey not to hunger alone, but to intent. The first sound was not claws, not screams, not even the whispers of the unseen hunters. It was the groan of the earth itself breaking. At first, I thought it was another bombardment, another manufactorum exploding in the distance, another building collapsing under its own ruin. But the ground kept shaking, deeper, heavier, as though the planet's ribs were cracking. Dust cascaded from ruined rooftops, rubble tumbled from walls, and the smoke above swirled like something immense had exhaled beneath us. We stumbled into the open, drawn by the tremors as if moths to a torch. The sky was a sick color, bruised yellow cut through with streaks of red, the clouds split by lightning that never made sound. In the distance, beyond the broken spires of the city, I saw them, towers rising where no towers had been. They did not build in silence. They screamed as they grew, flesh tearing against itself, sinew stretching, veins pulsing, the sound of biology twisted into architecture. They rose from the ground like claws, like tumors, capillary towers erupting as if the planet itself had been turned inside out. The survivors with me fell to their knees, some praying, some retching, some staring in silent horror. One whispered that it was not building, it was feeding, and they were right. The towers pulsed like throats swallowing, like hearts beating, each one a grotesque pillar of hunger pulling something unseen from the air, the earth, even from us. I could feel it, a tug in my chest, as though my blood were trying to leap out of me and join the structure. Then came the collapse. Entire sections of the hive wall gave way at once, bursting outward as something titanic pressed through from within. The ground convulsed, cracking open, swallowing whole streets. Screams tore across the city as what remained of the civilians realized it was not bombardment, not a siege, not even an invasion. It was digestion. The hive itself had become food, and the swarm was tearing it apart from the inside, reshaping it into something else. I clutched my sister and pulled her toward a shattered hab block for cover, but there was no cover anymore. A shadow fell across us, vast and suffocating, and when I looked up, my stomach twisted into knots. A creature larger than any tank, larger than any machine of war I had ever imagined, heaved itself onto what was once a marketplace. Its claws tore into ferrocrete like it was paper, its hide ridged with living armor, its head crowned with mandibles that dripped acid thick enough to smoke when it hit the stone. Behind it, a tide of lesser beasts poured from the breach like floodwater, gaunts and rippers and things without names yet, their numbers blotting out the ruins, their screeches climbing into a frenzy that split the air. We ran without direction. Everyone ran. Civilians who had once clung to hiding places poured into the streets, their terror forcing them into the open where death waited more eagerly. They trampled one another, shoving, clawing, eyes wild with the realization that nowhere was safe, not anymore. A woman carrying a child was shoved into the open by panicked hands, and a screeching gaunt descended upon her before she could even scream. The child was torn from her arms, lifted high in claws that shook with excitement, and I forced my eyes away before I could see what happened next. The air itself was changing. It thickened, soured, stank of ammonia and blood, every breath scalding my throat. The capillary towers grew taller with every passing heartbeat, their veins thickening, pumping black fluids into the sky, casting grotesque silhouettes across the ruins. They stretched so high I could no longer see their tops, vanishing into the clouds, as though they were feeding something far above us. We reached a plaza where statues of the Emperor once stood, their stone faces calm and stern, their arms raised in eternal benediction. They had been split in half now, broken not by shells or fire, but by claws. The largest statue, a towering robed figure, had been hollowed out and filled with resin, its chest cavity pumping like a womb, birthing rippers directly into the street. They spilled from its chest like worms from a corpse, teeth clicking, bodies squirming toward us in an endless wave. The faith of stone was as fragile as flesh, and it broke the moment the swarm touched it. I do not remember how we escaped that plaza. Only fragments remain. The shouting of survivors who did not survive, the crack of laser guns fired in desperation, beams vanishing into the tide, the crunch of bone beneath my feet that I did not dare look down to see, and my sister's hand, always in mine, always pulling me forward, her grip the only anchor that kept me from surrendering to the madness that swallowed everyone else. We found a building still standing, its windows shattered but its walls unbroken, and we crawled inside. It was silent, too silent, the kind of silence that pressed against your ears and made your heart feel too loud. Others followed, huddling in corners, their breaths shallow, their eyes wide. Some prayed, some stared blankly, some muttered to themselves in broken whispers. That was when the realization came. One man, gaunt and shaking, began to laugh, high and brittle, his hands clutching his face. He shouted that there was no escape, no refuge, no salvation. He shouted that the towers were not building, they were feeding, drinking the world itself. He said the truth none of us wanted to speak aloud. It was not the city they wanted, it was the planet. The entire world was being consumed. The laughter spread like infection, not joy, but hysteria, sharp and ugly. Some screamed at him to stop, some struck him, but the truth could not be beaten back. We all knew it. We had seen the towers, had felt the ground breaking, had heard the earth's death rattle. We were not survivors. We were crumbs, left between the teeth of something too vast to understand. I pressed my sister's face against my chest, covering her ears, whispering lies that she could not believe. I told her we would find a way off-world, that the guard would return, that the Emperor would not abandon us. But my voice was hollow even to me. Outside, the towers pulsed, the swarm screamed, and the hive fell apart piece by piece. The sky was dark with wings now, shadows of gargoyles wheeling in vast flocks, blotting out the light. We were not living through an invasion, we were living through an ending. The ground, the stone, the very air, all of it had been claimed. All of it was food. The city was not falling, it was being eaten alive, and so were we. The lie spread faster than the swarm itself. Whispers of evacuation, of transports waiting beyond the walls, of shuttles held back until order was restored. The whispers were carefully placed, seeded in the mouths of officers, priests, even in the crackling vox, where a stern voice declared that loyal citizens would be gathered, protected, and ferried away to safety. Hope was dangled like meat over a pit, and we, too hungry for survival to doubt, leapt toward it with all the desperation of vermin clawing at scraps. The PDF herded us. They came with their laser guns raised, their armor scorched and dented, their voices ragged with fatigue, but still they commanded obedience. They shouted for civilians to gather, to move quickly, to stay quiet and trust in the Emperor's will. They corralled us through the ruins, pressing us down broken streets, funneling us like water through a narrowing drain. We obeyed because to resist was to die, and because the promise of ships still clung to the edge of our hope. Even as the sky was black with gargoyle wings, even as capillary towers pulsed in the distance, even as the ground split and vomited forth fresh horrors, we believed because believing was easier than despair. The safe zones were scattered across the Hive, hastily fortified plazas or manufacturing yards cordoned with razor wire, guarded by PDF squads who barked orders with the hollow authority of men already dead. We were shoved inside, penned together by the thousands, pressed shoulder to shoulder in spaces meant for machines, not people. The air was sour with sweat and fear, the press of bodies suffocating. The gates clanged shut behind us, sealed by locking teeth of metal, and suddenly the hope that had carried us cracked. There were no ships, no transports, no landers, only walls, PDF guards at their edges, and the promise that we were safe. Some shouted in anger, demanding to be taken to the ships, demanding answers. A sergeant silenced them with a single bolt round to the chest of the loudest, his blood soaking the cobbles at our feet, his corpse twitching as the laser guns turned outward again. No one spoke after that. We learned our place. We learned the truth, that we were not passengers. We were cargo. Days bled together. The guards rationed us little food, little water, barely enough to keep us from collapsing. The stench grew unbearable, a miasma of unwashed flesh, waste, and fear. Mothers wept over children who withered in their arms. Old men died quietly in the corners, their bodies left to rot until they were dragged away. Every hour brought another group of civilians shoved into the pen, the crowd swelling, pressed tighter and tighter, until breathing itself became labor. Whispers began, whispers that we were not being protected at all, that the pens were not sanctuaries but corrals, that we had not been gathered for salvation but for slaughter. I wanted to deny it, wanted to cling to the scraps of faith left in me, but each night I heard the sounds beyond the walls, the clicking, the skittering, the wet rasp of tongues against stone. Each night I heard them waiting. It happened on the third night. The guards grew restless, shifting at their posts, muttering to each other in voices that carried fear. The civilians stirred, unease crawling through us like infection. The ground trembled, not the heavy thunder of the larger beasts, not the collapse of towers, but a smaller tremor, rhythmic, closer. Then the smell hit us, sweet and rancid, like meat left to rot in the sun, thick enough to choke. From the shadows beyond the barricades came the shapes, at first small, quick, like rats, then more, dozens, scores, swarming over the rubble, skittering on too many legs. Their mouths opened and closed in constant hunger, rows of needle teeth clicking, tongues slopping against the ground. Rippers. The gates did not open. They were not meant to. They were not meant to keep the beasts out. They were meant to keep us in. Panic erupted. Thousands surged against the razor wire, tearing flesh, screaming, climbing over each other in blind desperation. The PDF did not open fire on the swarm. They opened fire on us, cutting down anyone who pressed too close, keeping the herd tight, penned, screaming. The rippers flooded into the enclosure, their bodies writhing over each other, their teeth flashing in the dim light. The first to fall were swallowed whole in seconds, vanishing beneath a tide of gnashing mouths. Blood sprayed, flesh tore, bones cracked under the weight of their bodies. The sound was worse than the sight, the wet, ravenous tearing, the shrieks cut off mid-breath, the bubbling gurgles as throats were ripped open. I grabbed my sister and pulled her into the press, shoving through bodies, desperate to find any corner, any wall, any place the swarm had not yet reached. The crowd was madness. Mothers dropped their children as they clawed for higher ground. Men trampled their neighbors, climbing on backs and shoulders only to be dragged down in turn. The wire tore skin from bone as people hurled themselves against it, only to be shot down by the PDF above, their corpses falling back into the mass to be devoured with the rest. The ground was slick with blood now, every step a slip, every breath a gasp of gore and iron. The Rippers did not kill to kill, they killed to feed, to strip, to leave nothing behind but crimson foam. I saw a man's face vanish in their jaws, his scream muffled by teeth as his skull caved in. I saw a woman's hand stretch toward me before the rest of her body was shredded into pulp. I saw children swallowed whole, their bones cracking like kindling inside the swarm. The PDF did not last. The Rippers turned on them too, swarming up the walls, dragging them screaming from their posts. Their laser guns flared, but the shots only cut holes in the tide before it filled again, endless, unstoppable. One by one, the guards vanished, their screams lost in the feeding chorus, and still the Rippers came, pouring through gaps in the barricades, through cracks in the earth, through the very air itself, it seemed, until the pen was no longer a pen, but a feast. I do not remember how we survived. Only fragments remain, stitched together by terror. My sister's nails clawing my arm raw as we pressed beneath a pile of corpses, the weight of the dead hiding us from the swarm, the stink of blood and rot filling my lungs until I could not tell if I breathed or drowned. The Rippers swarming over us, their tongues slapping across flesh that was not ours, their teeth sinking into meat above us, tearing, shredding, always feeding. The silence of my sister as I whispered for her not to move, not to breathe, not to exist. When the swarm finally passed, there was nothing left of the pen but bones and blood. The ground churned into a slurry of red mud. The barricades sagged, broken. The statues above were coated in gore, their holy faces drowned beneath the filth. The PDF were gone. The civilians were gone. Only we remained, crawling from beneath the dead like maggots, coated in their remains, our eyes too wide, our souls too small. There were no ships. There had never been ships. The pens were never meant to save us. They were meant to keep us, to fatten us, to feed us to the swarm. We were not citizens. We were not faithful. We were not survivors. We were livestock, and the butcher had come. There was no front line anymore. That was the first truth we learned in the aftermath of the feeding pens, crawling from blood and corpses with eyes too hollow to weep. In the wars of men, there are fronts, lines drawn, contested, defended, and broken. Even in the stories of the heretics and the Xenos, there are fronts, but against this, against the swarm, there was no line. The entire hive was a wound, and the Tyranids poured into it like infection, spreading through every artery, every alley, every vein of ferrocrete, hunting without strategy, because their strategy was everything. We fled through streets that were no longer streets. The ground was slick with gore, every step an effort not to slip into crimson rivers that pooled in gutters and ran down stairwells into the depths below. Bodies lay everywhere, stripped of flesh or still twitching, as the swarm feasted, their blood misting into the air until every breath burned our lungs with iron. Windows shattered overhead as gaunts leapt through them, chittering like insects, their talons clattering against stone as they swept through hab blocks in packs, flushing survivors into the open as wolves flush prey from burrows. Those who ran into the streets were cut down instantly, shredded under claws or skewered by biospines launched in rapid volleys from the creatures' backs. I remember one man breaking from cover ahead of us, screaming for the Emperor as he charged with nothing but a broken pipe in his hands. He swung it wildly at the nearest gaunt, striking its carapace with a clang like metal against stone. The beast barely flinched. Its claws flashed once, and the man was split from shoulder to hip, his guts spilling into the street like rope, his scream cut short. The gaunt did not even pause to feed. It stepped over him, moving on, because the swarm had no need to linger when there was more flesh ahead. We learned quickly to move silently, to stay low, to let others die in our place. Cowardice became wisdom. Cruelty became survival. Families tripped their neighbors so the gaunts would fall upon them instead. Children were abandoned in stairwells because their cries were too loud. Every alley became a grave, every doorway a trap, every sound an invitation to death. There was no safety, no refuge, only delay. We were not survivors, We were morsels, waiting to be chewed in the order the swarm desired. The city itself had turned against us. The walls dripped with strange mucus, veins of alien resin spreading across stone, sealing doors, choking corridors. In some places the very ground pulsed faintly, as if it were becoming flesh. The capillary towers loomed ever taller in the distance, vomiting spires of bone and chitin into the sky, their roots spreading beneath the city, bursting up through streets in jagged ridges that bled when struck. The hive was not being conquered. It was being remade, reshaped, rewritten into something alive and hungry. I led my sister through the wreckage, our hands clasped tightly, our feet raw from running, our throats raw from silence. We passed a hab block where the windows had been bricked shut from within. Dozens of survivors huddled behind those makeshift walls, whispering prayers through cracks, their eyes wild. But the gaunts had already found them. They were battering against the walls, their talons striking with mechanical rhythm, their screeches echoing down the street. We dared not stop, dared not help, dared not even look for too long. The wall would fall soon, and when it did, the screams inside would rise and then stop, and we would still be running. The guard were gone. We had seen none since the pens, only PDF stragglers, their discipline shattered, their eyes glazed with terror. Some fired blindly into the streets, hitting nothing, their shots echoing like false promises. Others simply sat against walls, weapons on their laps, staring at the ground until the swarm found them. There was no command, no structure, no war being fought, only slaughter. The Emperor's name was on every tongue, but his hand was nowhere. We reached a plaza once filled with shrines and memorials, its stones polished by centuries of pilgrim feet. Now it was a lake of blood. Gaunts prowled the edges, dragging bodies into piles, tearing limbs free, fighting one another for scraps. In the center stood something worse. A carnifex, its body a mountain of armored flesh, its claws longer than men, its maw drooling acid that ate through stone. It tore into the corpses with grotesque joy, feeding not because it was hungry but because it was born to. Its bellow shook the buildings, and the civilians hiding within screamed at the sound, giving themselves away. The gaunts surged toward the walls, and the plaza became a massacre. We pressed ourselves into an alley, clutching shadows, my sister's nails drawing blood in my arm, as we crouched in silence. I wanted to look away, but the sound forced my eyes open, the tearing, the snapping, the gurgling cries of the dying. A woman was dragged from a doorway, her child clinging to her neck. The gaunts tore her apart, piece by piece, tossing her limbs into the air, her torso into the swarm. The child clung to her head until it too was ripped away, screaming until its throat was nothing but blood. My sister buried her face against my chest. I had no words to give her. The streets ran red, not with the metaphorical blood of war, but with true rivers of it, thick and endless, carrying scraps of flesh in its currents. We waded through it as we moved, our boots filling with it, our hands slipping as we clung to walls. The stench was so strong it coated our tongues, every breath a mouthful of death. It stained our clothes, our skin, our souls. There was no cleansing it, no forgetting it. But seize, as night fell, the swarm did not rest. Their screeches echoed through the dark, their silhouettes flitting across the broken skyline. Fires burned in the distance, not from shells or bombs but from living pyres of acid and bile. Shadows moved in every window, every rooftop, every corridor. Sometimes they were men, desperate and starving. Sometimes they were gaunts, crawling, sniffing, hunting. We no longer trusted either. Madness spread among the survivors. In the alleys, we passed a man on his knees, painting sigils in his own blood across the wall. He whispered of salvation, not from the Emperor, but from the Hive. He begged us to join him, to give ourselves willingly, to be consumed with honor. When we ignored him, he screamed after us, cursed us, and called us meat. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps we were only meat, and his madness was the closest thing to truth. Sleep became impossible. Every time we closed our eyes, the sounds found us, the skitter of claws, the shriek of prey, the gurgle of blood. My sister trembled constantly now. her eyes red, her voice gone. She spoke only in whispers, only to ask if we would live. I never answered. My silence was enough, and still we ran. Through alleys that stank of rot, through plazas piled with bodies, through corridors where the walls themselves dripped and pulsed. Every step we took, the swarm was already ahead of us, already behind us, already inside the city, inside the air, inside the ground. There was no front, no line, no hope. There was only the tide, and we were already drowning. The streets ran red, and we ran with them, and every heartbeat carried us closer to the truth that none of us could say aloud. We were not living in a war. We were living in a feast, and the feast had only just begun. The bells still rang, though no one lived to ring them. Their echoes rolled through the hive like the toll of iron lungs, hollow and relentless, calling not to worship but to doom. The sound was a lie, a remnant of automation, or perhaps the cruel mockery of a city that did not yet know it was dead. And yet we followed it. The survivors stumbled toward the cathedral because it was the only beacon left, the last stone tower rising above a sea of ruin. The golden aquila still clung to its spire, blackened with soot but unbroken, and that fragile silhouette against the smoke-choked sky whispered to us that maybe, just maybe, the Emperor still watched. Inside, the air was thick with incense, though the censers had long since burned to ash. The stench of blood and rot lingered beneath it. A second prayer rising, one the Emperor never answered. Candles sputtered in the gloom, wax running like tears down the altar, light flickering across faces too gaunt and hollow to be called faithful anymore. The priest stood before them, his robes torn and dirtied, but his voice strong as though the walls had not cracked, as though the swarm had not eaten half the city already. His words filled the nave, calling us to kneel, to bow, to place our souls in the hands of him on terror. He spoke of salvation, of the ships still coming, of angels descending with bolters and fire. He spoke with conviction because conviction was the only weapon he had, and so we knelt. Hundreds of us, huddled in pews, pressed shoulder to shoulder, our lips moving with prayers we no longer believed. Mothers clutched their children as if arms could shield them from claws. Old men wept openly, their tears dripping onto clasped hands. Some laughed, hysterical and broken, their voices cracking against the priest's words, but even they did not rise. Faith held us, or fear disguised as faith. The silence between prayers was louder than the prayers themselves. The doors boomed once. The sound rolled through the cathedral like thunder. The priest faltered but did not stop. He lifted his voice, calling louder, drowning the echoes with scripture. The bells clanged overhead as if in answer, their toll a rhythm of denial. The doors boomed again. This time wood splintered, shards flying into the nave, cutting into flesh, drawing blood. Screams rose, but the priest shouted louder still, his words frantic, a wall of sound against the inevitable. On the third strike, the doors broke, not as wood breaks to men with axes, but as bone breaks to teeth. They shattered inward, splinters flying, and the swarm poured through, not in order, not in columns, not as soldiers, but as beasts. Gaunts leapt over pews, claws flashing, jaws wide. Their screeches drowned the prayers. Candles fell and guttered, blood sprayed across the altar before the priest could finish his invocation. The congregation broke. Some ran, but there was nowhere to run. The aisles became rivers of panic, men and women trampling one another, pressed against walls, clawing at doors sealed with resin. Children were crushed beneath boots, their cries lost beneath the shrieks of beasts. The gaunts tore into the pews, their claws shearing wood as easily as bone, dragging the faithful into their maws, rending them limb from limb as screams filled the vaulted ceiling. The priest did not flee. He raised his arms, his voice breaking with desperate fervor, shouting that faith would save us, that the Emperor was with us. A gaunt leapt upon him mid-sentence. Its talons skewered his chest, lifting him from the ground. His blood sprayed across the altar, across the aquila, across the open book of scripture. He did not stop speaking until the beast tore his throat out. His voice ended in a wet gurgle, scripture dissolving into blood. The congregation screamed louder still. The cathedral became a slaughterhouse. The faithful clung to pews as if wood could shield them. They prayed as teeth tore their faces apart, as claws split their bellies open, as tongues lapped their blood from the floor. The gaunts hunted without pause, without mercy, without hesitation, moving pew to pew, row to row, slaughtering as systematically as butchers in a pen. Blood soaked the stone floor, running in streams down the nave, pooling at the altar until even the Aquila stood in a lake of red. We pressed into the shadows, my sister and I, our bodies wedged between broken pews, breath held as the swarm passed over us. I saw every moment. I saw a child's head snap back as its skull was crushed between talons. I saw a woman's face vanish into the maw of a gaunt, her scream cut off as teeth ground her tongue. I saw an old man clinging to his rosary as claws opened his stomach, his guts spilling over the beads until the prayers were drowned. Every moment burned itself into me, carved into my soul with claws sharper than any blade. The organ pipes began to hum, not with music, but with wind forced through by collapsing stone. The sound was mournful, a dirge rising as the roof shook. Statues toppled, shattering upon the stone floor, saints and martyrs breaking into fragments that scattered like bones. The candles went out one by one, each extinguished by the rush of air as the gaunts tore through the faithful. Darkness swallowed the nave, lit only by the phosphorescent gleam of alien eyes. When it was over, silence returned, a silence thicker than prayer, heavier than the air. The swarm had passed on, leaving only corpses, only blood, only whispers. Survivors clung to each other in corners, too few, too broken. Their voices were hoarse, their words barely audible, but I heard them. They whispered not of faith, not of salvation, not of the Emperor. They whispered that even faith had been consumed, devoured as surely as flesh, that the cathedral was only another feeding pen, that the Emperor's house was no safer than the streets. I could not argue. The altar was slick with blood, the scripture book torn, the Aquila dripping red. The priest hung impaled upon the claws of his killer, his body a broken idol, his mouth still opened and closed, twitching in death, as if even his last breath had been stolen. Faith had not saved him. Faith had not saved anyone. Faith had only brought us together to die in rows, in pews, in silence. We left that place not as believers, not as faithful, not as children of the Emperor. We left as husks, hollow and trembling. Silence our only prayer, because silence was all that remained. Silence and the endless sound of feeding. They did not kill everyone outright. That was the lie we had told ourselves, that the Tyranids destroyed all, that death was swift, that the swarm was simply slaughter. But the truth was worse. Some were spared, taken not for mercy, not for delay, but for purpose. We discovered this truth when they came for us in the alleys, their claws striking not to rend but to grasp. We were dragged screaming through streets slick with gore, our fingernails breaking as we clawed at the stone, our voices tearing raw as we begged for death. They did not answer. They carried us through the hive toward the towers rising in the distance, those bone and chitin spires that pulsed like veins. And there, in the shadow of those towers, we saw what awaited. The air stank of chemicals and bile, a miasma so thick it burned the throat, blistered the tongue. The ground pulsed with veins of alien flesh, black and wet, squelching beneath our feet as we were hurled forward like refuse. Before us yawned pits, vast circular wounds in the ground filled not with water but with something thicker, darker. A viscous pool of green and brown fluid, bubbling with heat, its surface shifting with the half-dissolved remnants of what had once been men and women. Limbs floated briefly before collapsing into sludge, hair drifted like weeds, faces stared upward, with eyes half-melted, mouths frozen in screams that would never end, because the acid had stolen even their voices. We were herded like cattle, driven by creatures that hissed and clicked, their spined limbs snapping to keep us in line. Some tried to flee, darting toward the ruins. They did not get far. Bioplasma lanced from the mouths of the beasts, striking them in the back, dissolving flesh before they even hit the ground. They were dragged, still shrieking, and thrown into the pits. Their bodies hissed as they hit the surface, their skin slowing from bone in seconds, their eyes bursting like bubbles, their screams turning into liquid gargles before they were pulled under. The pits were not water. They were mouths. They consumed everything. The fluid hissed and boiled, the heat rising in waves so strong it made the air itself shimmer. The ground shook faintly with every ripple, as if something vast beneath the surface stirred in hunger. It was not enough to kill us. It wanted to erase us, to strip us of everything, to unmake us until we were no longer human, no longer matter, no longer anything but food for the swarm. We were pushed closer. Some clung to one another, praying. Some fell to their knees, begging. Some leapt in themselves, preferring a quick death to claws. None were spared. The swarm had no use for mercy. We watched as the first ranks were shoved in, their screams rising, then breaking into gurgles, into silence. The air filled with the sound of flesh dissolving, of bones hissing, of bodies reduced to slurry. The smell was unbearable. Burnt hair, cooked blood, liquefied skin. It coated the lungs, made bile rise, forced vomit from our throats, even as we tried to swallow it back. I do not know why they chose me to live. Perhaps it was not choice at all. Perhaps it was chance, a misstep, a moment of chaos. I saw my sister fall ahead of me, her eyes wide, her mouth open, her hands reaching back for mine, as claws struck her shoulders and hurled her forward. She screamed once before she hit the pool. The sound of her dissolving drowned out everything else. Her hair drifted for a moment on the surface like weeds in water. Then it was gone. Something inside me broke then. Not like a bone snapping, but like a wall crumbling, a dam shattering. I no longer prayed. I no longer begged. I no longer thought. I only ran. I turned as the beasts lunged for me, their claws swiping, their screeches echoing. I threw myself between them, felt talons tear my side, hot blood running down my ribs, but I did not stop. I hurled myself across the pulsing ground, over veins of black resin into shadows where the pit's steam clouded the air. The heat scalded my lungs, the stench blinded me, the shrieks of those still dissolving tore at my mind, but I did not stop. I scrambled over carcasses half melted, their hands still reaching upward, as if begging me to drag them out, their mouths still open as if words lingered in the sludge. They pulled at my clothes, their fingers slick and soft, skin melting onto me like wax. I screamed but did not stop. I pulled free, stumbling toward the outer edge where ruins still jutted from the ground like broken teeth. Behind me the beasts shrieked. They had seen me break free. They charged, their talons striking the ground, sending splinters of resin flying. I ran into the ruins, diving through a gap in collapsed ferrocrete, scraping my skin raw as I forced my body through cracks too narrow for the larger beasts. Their claws struck stone behind me, their screeches reverberating through the tunnels, but they did not follow. Not immediately. They had more prey to drive, more bodies to dissolve. I collapsed in the dark, my chest heaving, my blood soaking into the dust. I pressed my face against cold stone, my eyes wet, my throat raw. I listened as the screams continued outside, as bodies struck the pits one after another, as the swarm fed. I wanted to rise, to run back, to drag my sister out, but there was nothing left to drag. She was gone, broken down, made into fuel for towers of bone that already loomed higher above the city. Her body would not be buried. It would not be remembered. It would not even rot. It would become part of the swarm, indistinguishable from the chitin that now covered the ground. I whispered her name into the dark, over and over, until my voice was gone. It was all I could do, all that was left. And as I lay there, the truth burned itself into me deeper than the claws in my side, deeper than the blood soaking my ribs. Death was not the end here. Oblivion was. To die was to vanish, to be consumed, to be unmade. To enter those pits was not to pass into any afterlife, any emperor's light. It was to be erased. And that was what the swarm wanted, not just to kill us, to strip us of meaning, to devour not only our flesh but our faith, our memory, our very existence. The flesh pits bubbled in the distance, their steam rising into the night, like prayers twisted into smoke. And I knew with a certainty colder than any grave, that the city would not last, that the world would not last, that we ourselves had already ended. We were only echoes now, echoes waiting to be silenced. The tunnels were colder now, not in temperature but in intent, like a mouth deciding whether to swallow or chew. And I moved through them with the kind of caution that makes each step feel like a confession. One hand clamped against the rag bound around my side where the claws had opened me. The other stretched along the wall to feel for the slick of resin before my face met it. Somewhere above, the towers pulled the world upward in long greedy gulps, and somewhere behind, the flesh pits digested the last words of the people I had failed to keep. And I told myself that if I kept moving, the hive would forget my name the way it forgot everything it did not need. That forgetting was a kind of mercy the Imperium had never offered. The dark gripped my eyes with a tenderness that would have felt kind if not for the way it hid teeth. The only sound I let myself make was my breath, and even that felt like a betrayal. When I finally heard other breathing, it was not my own, and for a second I crouched to be smaller than my shadow. Then a hand closed around my wrist, not claws, not cold, human, call used, shaking with the same precise fear as mine. And a voice that had been shaved down to a whisper asked whether I was bitten by them or cut by stone. I shook my head because lies were dangerous. They wasted sound, and the grip loosened and the hand guided me through a seam in the wall where someone had peeled back the resin before it hardened. A mean little wound you had to turn your shoulders sideways to pass. On the other side there was no sanctuary, only a handful of bodies arranged into the shape of a group. A woman with forearms like cables and minor scars on her knuckles. A thin man whose eyes kept counting the space around us as if he owned it. An old woman who held a rag of parchment to her, lips as if prayer might stick better that way. A boy young enough to still look surprised by air. Two others, whose names I never learned because names are heavy and get you killed faster when you try to carry them through the dark. They looked at the blood on my side and looked away in the same motion. The way you look away from a window when the light outside is brighter than the room and you don't want it to notice you noticing. The thin man spoke because men like that always do. Voice turned to a blade so it won't shake, and told me we were heading east along the maintenance arteries toward the pump annex, that there were filters thicker than a man's waist down there, and if you crawled between them you could hide your heat and smell for a while. He used the word annex as if this were still a city and not a carcass, and I realized he had made a religion of maps, the kind of faith that dies last. The miner woman, Hessa, because she gave her name without being asked, and that is the most dangerous kind of generosity, pressed a strip of fabric into my hand. It smelled like oil and old smoke and her sweat, real smells that didn't belong to the hive. And I wound it tighter around my ribs until the world narrowed back to its correct size. We moved because motion was the only rule. The old woman touched the boy's shoulder twice, a code I did not know but understood, and the boy mirrored it with his hand against mine, as if passing along a password we were all making up as we went. We didn't use lamps. Light is arrogance. Light is an argument with the dark that you lose by being overheard. The trick to moving in those arteries was to move like they did, not fast, not slow, with a kind of indifferent patience, as if you were exactly where you wanted to be, and would remain exactly so until the stone decided otherwise. Fear makes people quick, and quick is noisy, and noisy is invitation. We waded through water that wasn't water anymore, slid under pipes that pulsed with a weak heartbeat, pressed between ribs of regrowing resin that tore skin if you breathed too wide. Above us the hive talked to itself in languages our bones understood better than our ears, that low humming pressure that makes your teeth remember they are alive, and every now and then the floor shivered with the tread of something too large to name. Hessa moved like she had lived in narrow places all her life, shoulders counting the wall before her feet arrived, and when she stopped, the rest of us stopped without needing to be taught. The thin man, Varlin, because I heard the old woman hiss it like a reprimand when his elbow clicked stone, kept glancing back to ensure his ownership of us hadn't slipped off in the dark. We smelled them before we saw them, if seeing can be the word for watching air grin. An iron-sweet breath like a butcher's hands washed in something that wants to be honey. A musk that lives under the nose and stays there like a memory you can't dislodge. The old woman pressed the parchment to her mouth, and I wanted to tell her not to pray because sound adds up and the hive loves sums, but my mouth was busy being quiet. We heard the first scrape, not with our ears but with the skin along our jawbones, the way you feel thunder before it breaks. The boy made the mistake of turning his head toward it, and the old woman's fingers found his chin and turned it back again like she had done it for 1,000 ordinary reasons, and would do it for 1,000 more, even though tomorrow no longer existed. Something was with us in the tunnel, not behind, not ahead, with us, keeping our pace by being patient in the way predators are patient, that cruelty that masquerades as stillness. We didn't run because running is a flare, and because we were too tired to do anything except be the kind of prey that understands how to make harvest less efficient. Hessa's hand slid from the wall and into mine for half a heartbeat, gratitude or warning, and then she let it go because touches are conversations, and conversations draw eavesdroppers. We came to a break where the artery widened into a junction, 4 mouths opening into one throat, and stepped into the center with the care of people stepping onto ice they know will not hold. Varlin lifted his hand to give a signal, and his body left the ground it just left, up and backward and sideways in a geometry. My eyes refused, and the air made a sound like cloth tearing in a room where no cloth exists, and then he was against the wall in 2 pieces held together by things that were not hands. For a living he hung there with his eyes explaining a story his mouth would never be allowed to finish, and then the shadows corrected the error of him being alive. We didn't scream. Screaming is a ritual you perform for yourself. We didn't run. Running is a ritual you perform for the thing chasing you. We just existed more quietly, because the only language we owned now was absence. I saw it as it finished, deciding Varlin wasn't necessary, or rather I saw the space around it fail to be consistent, a smear of heat haze in a place where there was no heat, the suggestion of a carapace that refused to reflect light correctly, edges that went where edges don't. Close enough to smell, close enough to taste that butcher-sweet musk on the air, close enough to see the gloss of feeder tendrils unfurl and test the silence like the hands of a blind god. It tilted the idea of a head, and the old woman's parchment went still against her mouth, and for a moment I believed it would simply count us, mark us, leave us for later. Then the boy made the smallest sound a human can make, the involuntary plea a throat makes when it wants to be held, and the air unstitched around him, and the lictor was there without the distance between here and there, having the courtesy to exist. Those scything limbs came down and the boy became less in a precise way, and the old woman reached for him because that is what old women do, even when the world has made a list of reasons not to. The thing didn't eat. It left them where they were, pinned to the resin like memo slips, a message to anything else alive. Your shepherds die first, your prayers are inventory, your children are proof. Hessa put her mouth to my ear and said without sound, go, and then she did a stupid brave thing, which is the only kind of brave that matters now. She threw a fistful of nuts and broken bolts she had been carrying in a pocket down the north throat of the junction. It made just enough noise to declare a wrong direction. The air rippled where the lictor pretended to be, and then it wasn't in front of us anymore, it was after the lie sound, and Hessa shoved me, and I shoved the old woman's rag off her lips because dead parchment can't save the living, and we slid into the east mouth and became the kind of absence that leaves a smudge. We moved by touch and smell, we moved by the lullabies of rats that weren't there anymore, we moved because the map faith in Varlin had been wrong and the only cartography left was terror. Behind us the wrong air reconsidered and found no prey where noise had promised, and then it reconsidered us, and then it reconsidered patience. We didn't have the annex. We had a sump with ribs of pipe crossing it like the chest of some giant Flint's thing. Hessa dropped into the black, and I followed because leadership had been murdered in front of us, and anyone who tries to wear its corpse deserves what happens. The muck closed over my boots and then over my knees with a heat that felt like being whispered about by strangers. The old woman, no, I won't give her any name because that invites grief to put its hand on your shoulder in the dark, slid beside me, eyes shining with the sort of stubbornness you mistake for faith until the world removes its polite mask. She did not release the parchment. Because habits are bones and the hive eats soft tissue first, we waded. Something soft brushed my thigh, and I refused to ask whether it had once been someone's hand. Questions create answers, and answers are heavier than water. We kept our hands on the pipe ribs and our heads below them and aimed our silence forward like a blade. The scrape returned, then stopped, then returned ahead of us. The thing wasn't behind, it was supervised. That was when the fighting began, not with the hive, with ourselves. A man I hadn't noticed before because he had the blessed skill of being small in both body and intent, put his mouth too near Hessa's ear and hissed that she had led us wrong, that she had thrown the bolts to send the thing away and then brought it back upon us, that she was marked, that he could smell it on her, that she had been scratched, and now we would be found because the swarm was a nose that never forgot. Hessa did not answer because Hessa had chosen the kind of survival that keeps your words for when you need to die. He kept hissing, kept adding sound to a place that already had too much, and when I put my fingers against his throat, just hard enough to tell his blood we were acquainted, he bit me, the sharp, quick bite of a creature that has finally remembered. It is an animal. The old woman tried to separate us with the same motion she must have used 1,000 times to stop a drunk quarrel in a hab corridor, and the lictor saved us the trouble of communicating. The air between us flexed and something thin and barbed like the idea of a tongue flicked out and wrote a quick letter across the biter's face. He fell without sound because surprise is a gag. We didn't pick him up. Sound is expensive. Corpses are cheap currency, and the hive will always outbid you. Hessa tugged my sleeve, a silent order, and we climbed out of the sump into a maintenance run where the resin had not yet sealed every mouth shut. Promethium odor lingered there, a rumor with weight, and for the first time in hours the map in my head found a shape that didn't belong to the swarm, a ruptured flamer line dribbling slow tears from a valve half gnawed by acid. Hessa's eyes met mine, and did the arithmetic of risk and flame and chitin, and the way fire has an appetite. The hive respects. We smeared ourselves in the worst of the sump to drown our scent, then crouched by the valve and listened for the wrongness of air to find the right distance. The old woman held out her parchment without releasing it, and I used the corner to wipe grit off the valve's wheel because holy things deserve to work before they burn. When the scrape came again, and the maintenance run's shadows rounded themselves inward like a lung preparing to sing, Hessa twisted the wheel, and I struck the flint, and the oil-slick rag I'd kept for warmth turned traitor in the exact way we needed. Flame climbed the vapor trail in a hungry rush, and the whole corridor became a tongue of light, learning new song. For an instant the lictor was all at once, instead of barely, a cathedral of murder, high dorsal veins flaring, chameleonic skin caught between colors, feeder tendrils writhing like roots remembering teeth, scythes raised in a gesture that had been worshipped by fear since fear learned to pray. The scream it made was not meant for ears. It was meant for marrow. It knocked me backward and stripped the courage out of my hands. Fire took it, and fire made it beautiful in the way only dying predators are. Then it moved through the flame like rain chooses not to be stopped, and the wall behind us found its purpose against my back. The corridor answered our blasphemy with biology. Bulbous sacs we hadn't recognized as anything except unfortunate architecture split open above us, and coughed ropes of glistening gel that smothered the fire as if a mother had decided her child would not be allowed to play with matches. The flame died in chunks, the light collapsed to embers, and the lictor was idea again instead of statue. It tore the promethium line with a casual backhand that sent a lick of still-burning fuel across Hessa's arm. She didn't scream because Hessa had decided long ago not to give the world that coin. She slammed her burned forearm into the lictor's flank while her other hand drove a miner's spike into a seam where plates articulate. I learned two things, that there is a seam there, and that when steel meets that seam, the lictor's attention becomes object pure. Hessa gave me a single look, a ledger, a confession, a receipt, and then she took the thing's next stroke clean, so that the not-old woman and I could be alive 4 seconds longer than we deserved. The stroke turned Hessa's body from an inventory with columns into a smear with no math at all. I took the spike from where her hand left it, not as inheritance but as physics, and drove it up into the place she'd shown me. There was a sound a hive makes when it swallows a saint, and the lictor recoiled in a way that made me distance my friend again. We ran. My body didn't want to.
It wanted to keep a promise to the dead. Motion made the only argument that wins in the hive.
The old woman moved beside me with a speed that belonged to younger knees, parchment clenched between teeth. Now, because hands were for falling and catching and climbing and pushing people you love through holes too small for hope. We threw ourselves down a chute that had once been used to dump slag into digesters and slid on our sides into a room whose floor had forgotten angles. The chute's mouth vomited sound after us, claws sparking on metal, the low hiss of a wounded thing salting our names into its memory. We had seconds and used them to become smaller than sewage and wider than fear. The room's exits had been eaten shut by resin, except for a seam a child could crawl through if the child had learned to be air. We became children. The old woman pushed me first and I wanted to refuse, and she bared her teeth at me around the parchment like an animal that has decided its cub will live longer than it will. I went. The seam cut new mouths in my back and ribs and thighs, and then the seam decided I was a story it didn't want to read anymore, and I fell into a conduit that hummed with warmth and the rhythm of pumps that still believed in their contracts. I turned to pull her after and found only dark and the sound of a single wet thud, and then a remarkable silence. Remarkable because of how many sounds it did not include.
I crawled without dignity, because dignity is a fascism of the living.
The conduit narrowed, then widened, then bent in slow arcs like the inside of the throat of something too polite to gag. Every few meters a panel had been chewed open and sealed again with resin that still glistened. The swarm had been here and had decided it had other errands. My blood had become a personal weather system under my shirt. It rained down my side and pooled in my boot, and every motion made a small weather of pain that I tended the way a poor man tends a lamp. I was not alone. Once, as I paused to let the world catch up, feeder tendrils slithered through a vent grill and tasted the air by my face. They brushed my cheek with delicate curiosity. The intimacy of a doctor who has already decided your diagnosis but wants to record the color of your eyes for a paper. I did not move, and whatever calculus it did, returned a number that wasn't worth the immediate kill, and the tendrils withdrew with a regret that made me want to apologize. It was not the only one. We had wounded a lictor and learned that lictors are not solitary pride but multiplication. Where there is one, there are often the arguments it makes, the proofs that arrive because the first proof was elegant. Scrapes ahead, scrapes behind. A soft patter along the conduit skin that only clarifies as footsteps, if you know to be afraid of footsteps. I wanted to laugh because once the city had been full of footsteps and I had not known to be afraid. The hive had rewritten the dictionary so thoroughly that even walking had become a threat display. The conduit emptied into a maintenance gallery that still remembered light as more than a rumor. A biolumin sac pulsed overhead, a parody of a lumen strip painting the room in a tender sickness. In that sick light I saw what patient hunters make of time. Bodies arranged in a geometry that was not ours. Men and women fixed to the walls with spines of resin, heads angled in unanimity toward a point where no door existed, mouths open in shapes that made a language I did not speak. A woman's hands had been positioned to point at the only hatch left unsealed, a child's bones, only bones, because flesh is an expensive material, and the hive has budgets lay across the floor in a pattern that echoed the pipes on the ceiling. It wasn't art. It was a map. The lictors were architects of fear and the other beasts were their builders. They left instructions in what they could not devour, and the swarm read them with a literacy older than stars. I stood in a room that was also a throat, and also a page, and I understood a thing I had not wanted. They were not just killing. They were organizing. They were an administration made from hunger. It is a comfort for the poor to believe that the monster is stupid. The Hive was not stupid. It was efficient. It had project managers. It had editors. It had silence set to a metronome. I took the hatch. The dead woman's hands had chosen because the only votes left that mattered were the ones the devoured cast with their remains. It opened on a stair that sloped down with the slow arrogance of industrial design. Halfway I heard breathing again, human this time, ragged and furious. Two figures crouched behind a segment of broken bulkhead. They had dragged into a fort the size of a confession. One held a nail gun like scripture. The other had wrapped his forearms in wire and glass. They watched me with the same caution I had given the first group, and I understood in an instant that they were already finished, even if they didn't know it, because they had built something, and the only safe posture left was not building. I told them nothing about the upstairs, except with my face. Words are luxuries, and I had spent mine in places that did not give change. But not give change. They told me nothing back except with the angle of their shoulders, which said, "We are tired of being prey and will die now," in a way that gets to pretend it was a choice. Behind their barricade, scattered along the floor, were the mouths of empty ration tins turned upward, as if to catch rain in a city that no longer remembered rain. 3 were full of sump water, and I drank the one that looked least like it would negotiate with my insides. We sat that way, a family made of failure, until the walls leaned in and told us we had been found again. The glass-wrapped man's jaw set in the expression every man makes when he has decided to be useful, and he stood, and he began to speak loudly on purpose. He said "hey" in a voice that declared he was a bell. He said "over here" in a voice that declared he was a door. He said "come and get me" in a voice that declared he was meat that had chosen its own knife. The nail-gun bearer stared at him like betrayal had a shape, and then understood, and his eyes went quiet, and he reached for the wick on the little bottle he had kept under his shirt, like a secret he had hoped to be allowed to keep. Prometheum, a mouthful. A match struck its teeth together against the floor, and made a small sun that promised to be tired too quickly. The glass man walked into the center of the gallery, and opened his arms, and when the air folded, he smiled the smile of a man who finally gets to write his own last line. The lictor flowed toward him with the kind of speed that steals grammar. The bottle kissed the floor, and turned the center of the room into a sacrament. The blast didn't kill the lictor outright, because fairness is a story for children, but it burned the mimetic skin, and it burned the feeder tendrils, and it burned the place where the spike had taught me. A seam lives, and it knocked the thing sideways into a set of pipes that screamed like a choir, seeing the knife. The glass man stopped existing in a way that refused to leave a body. The nail-gun man pulled me by the collar through the opening. The blast had collapsed, and we fell together down a service ladder that had never contemplated service like this. And the ladder's rungs counted our ribs with the kind of arithmetic that leaves bruises as receipts. When the world remembered we were in it, the nail-gun man coughed into my face until his lungs signed off, and then said a thing that will stay with me longer than my own name. "Don't talk loud, it likes to kill the ones who choose where others go." It was an instruction, and an epitaph, and a theology. We lay there listening to the lictor above struggle with its new burns, and listening to the pipework decide whether the gallery's new hole was a design flaw or an opportunity. Then the pipework solved the equation by failing in 3 places at once, and we were baptized in a flood of sump water, and digester backwash, and a glitter of shredded resin. The surge carried us into a culvert that stamped us flat enough to fit, and then spat us out into a channel that moved because movement is not a moral question for water. We tumbled in the dark in a way that made me think of childhood joy, and then the smell of the flow corrected the error. When we fetched up against a grate, whose bars had been bent into forgiveness by acid, the nail-gun man didn't move. He had paid his tithe to stay with us this long, and the Hive had accepted and called the account settled. I put my hand on his head and told him nothing because telling dead men truths is an obscenity, and I pressed myself through the bars until my wound ripped itself new and stood into a space that wasn't a room and wasn't a tunnel. It was the space left between 2 breaths in a city that had forgotten how. I stood there a long time without moving, because moving is often an apology, and I had run out of things to be sorry for. Somewhere ahead, deeper than the maintenance veins, but not as deep as the roots of the towers, the lictors waited with the kind of patience you learn only when you have never had to hurry. They were not ghosts. They were not myths. They were policy. They were the idea that leadership must be punished, written in chitin and muscle. They had culled our captains, our priests, our sergeants, our organizers until decision-making itself felt like a kind of blasphemy, and we had learned to whisper, to follow, to be none. The paranoia they planted grew all on its own now, a garden that watered itself with fear, and when I covered my face with both filthy hands and laughed a sound that didn't belong to a throat but to a wound, I understood that the hive mind could stop hunting us for a day, and we would still tear strips off each other to suck for moisture. The dark breathed me in and breathed me out. I found a length of brass rebar with heat still in it from some forgotten fire, and used it to lever open a seam in the floor that had never been intended for human shoulders. As I slipped through, something brushed the back of my neck with the curiosity of a cat, and I knew one of them had come to watch me go, to recalibrate the schedule of my death, to make a small note in the ledger of the devoured about where to allot me later. I said nothing, because words are lures, and thinking they're words is a way of opening your skull for them. I fell the last distance into a pool shallow enough to give me back my feet and cold enough to inform my wound that it was no one's friend, and stood there with the water soaking me the way grief does, entirely, efficiently, without drama. Somewhere very far away, the bells that no one rang were still tolling, machinery or memory saying mass for a city that had become liturgy. I do not know how long I stood before the hunger moved my legs again. Long enough for the sound of claws to become ordinary, long enough for the smell of butcher sugar to become a background the way a heartbeat is. When I finally walked, I put one hand against the wall and kept it there, because walls do not ask you to choose and choices are how the lictors find you. I did not lead, I did not plan, I did not pray, I did not speak. I flowed the way rot flows, the way liquid finds the lowest place, and every time the tunnel offered me two directions, I took the one that smelled less like air and more like stone, because stone has forgotten us, and I wanted to be with something that could teach me how. The Tyranids did not need to learn cruelty, but cruelty still bloomed in them like an instinct, as natural as hunger. They did not hate us, they did not delight in pain. But what they did with our children showed us something worse, that the hive mind had studied us, understood us, and knew precisely which nerve to touch, which wound to keep open until the mind broke, and the will to resist turned into nothing but despair. It began in the ruins of the mid-hive, families huddled in shattered hab blocks, clinging to what walls still stood, whispering prayers not because they believed they would be answered, but because silence was unbearable. Then, in the middle of the night, the silence changed. It became too precise, too sharp, as though the city itself was listening. The air was too still, the smoke too unmoving, the shadows too deliberate. When the first mother realized her child was gone, she did not scream, she only breathed sharply, her voice caught between a prayer and a sob. By dawn, 3 more children had vanished from their bedrolls, their blankets still warm, their parents' arms still stretched toward emptiness. We searched, of course we searched. Even knowing the futility, even knowing what hunted us, we searched through rubble and down collapsed stairwells, across streets slick with gore, into basements where the stench of rot made us gag. We called their names until our throats bled. Some thought they heard faint voices answering, but always farther away, always just out of reach, as if the walls themselves were mocking us. Then we found the first one. She was standing at the end of an alley, alone, her small frame silhouetted by the half-light that filtered through the smoke. Her dress was torn, her face streaked with blood that was not her own, but her eyes were wrong, too wide, too glassy. She smiled when her mother ran forward. She lifted her arms as though she wanted to be held, and when the mother embraced her, when relief turned into sobs of joy, the walls themselves split open, the chitin peeled back, and claws reached out. The alley became a throat. The girl's body twitched once, then stiffened, as though a puppet string had been cut. Her eyes rolled white. The chitin closed again, swallowing her and her mother both. Their screams echoed through the hive, until the walls silenced them with a wet crunch. That was the first trap. There were more. Children returned in twos, in threes, wandering through ruins with voices that did not quiver, with movements too precise, with words too calm. "Come," they would say, "it's safe here." Fathers, brothers, cousins, all followed, and every time, the streets shifted, the shadows moved, and the hive swallowed them whole. Some children were not even returned. They were displayed, strung up on resin growths, their small bodies twitching with implanted symbiotes, their throats producing cries that were not theirs. The sound drew parents like moths, and when the swarm descended, the children were torn apart along with those who loved them. We began to understand then. The hive did not see us as individuals. It saw us as patterns, bonds, instincts, weaknesses. To steal our children was to unravel us from the inside. To give them back, half possessed, was to turn love into a blade. To bait us with their voices was to weaponize our humanity against us. Some refused to believe. They said the children could still be saved, that the Emperor's light could purify them. They threw themselves into traps willingly, convinced that faith could wrest a child from the hive's grip. We never saw them again. Others hardened. They turned their backs when they heard a child's cry. They covered their ears. They bound themselves in silence rather than risk following. But silence is brittle. When a familiar voice echoes through the dark, when it is your son, your daughter, your sister, silence cracks. Men who had sworn never to falter dropped their weapons and ran toward the sound. They never came back. I remember one boy. He could not have been more than 8. They left him in the center of a plaza, his small hands tied with strands of living resin. He begged, his voice breaking, calling for help. We hid in the ruins, watching, arguing in whispers. Some said it was a trap. Others said to leave him. That mercy was to let him die quickly. But one woman broke. She was his aunt, I think. She ran to him, weeping, cutting at the resin with a shard of ferrocrete. For a moment it looked as though she would succeed. For a moment the boy smiled. Then the resin pulsed. The shard snapped in her hand. The ground opened. Dozens of feeder tendrils erupted, wrapping around them both, dragging them screaming beneath the surface. The boy's cries turned into gurgles, then silence. That night, those of us who remained could not sleep. We huddled together, every shadow now a threat, every sound a lure, and still we heard it. A voice, a child's whisper, faint, drifting through the broken windows. Not a scream, not even words of fear. Just one phrase, repeated over and over. Too calm, too steady. Come home, come home. No one moved, no one dared. We pressed our hands against our ears. We prayed to a God who no longer answered. We knew the hive was listening. We knew it was waiting. And still some wept into their hands, because they wanted to believe the voice was real. Because hope is a disease we cannot cure, even when it kills us. In the days that followed, the children stopped crying altogether. Their voices became steady, commanding, inhumanly calm. And the hive used them to guide us, to herd us, to make us stumble into its teeth. Humans are treated not like enemies, not like prey, but like cattle, herded by the sound of our own blood. The swarm had learned us. The swarm had broken us, and in its hunger there was no malice, no rage, only efficiency, only the knowledge that our love for our children was just another weapon. The soldiers had always been our wall. Thin, cracked, and often trembling, but still a wall. The Planetary Defense Force marched through the hive with their lasguns polished, their flak armor scuffed, their banners stiff with dust. They told us to keep faith, to hold fast, that the Emperor would never abandon his people. But by then those words were only ink on rotting parchment. The truth was that their courage was borrowed, their discipline brittle, and the swarm had come to collect every debt. It began at the barricades. They had built them with ferrocrete slabs and wrecked haulers, stacked in desperate geometry at the edge of the Hab districts. Families clung to the shadows behind them, staring at the outlines of the soldiers who stood guard with their guns. We wanted to believe in those guns. We wanted to believe in the familiar bark of command, the scrape of boots, the clatter of armor plates. But the sound that answered was not the sound of salvation. It was the chitter of claws on metal. The swarm did not announce itself. It poured from the ruins like a tide. Termagants scuttled through the smoke, their bioweapons coughing globs of corrosive death. Hormigants leapt, their talons shrieking against steel. The barricade lit with muzzle flashes, lasfire stitched red across the dusk, and the air filled with the high-pitched whine of laspaks discharging too fast, too many at once. The officers screamed for volley fire, for discipline, for courage. But the line shook. You could hear it in the voices. You could see it in the way rifles jerked too wildly, beams going high, beams striking stone instead of flesh. The first breach came within minutes. Hormigant vaulted the wall, talons flashing. It struck a sergeant in the throat before he had time to scream. The man's blood sprayed across his squad, blinding them in a scarlet haze. Panic spread like fire on dry grain. One soldier dropped his rifle and ran, shoving civilians aside. Another fired blindly until his pack hissed empty, then tried to beat the gaunt with the butt of his weapon before being dragged down into the rubble. The officers shouted for order, but order is a fragile fiction. Once broken, it never mends. I saw them die. I saw the men and women who had drilled for years, who had sworn oaths before shrines, who had memorized every page of their manuals, dissolve in moments. They were not soldiers anymore. They were prey. They screamed, they begged, they turned their backs, and the swarm feasted. Huskri, Ifuten, Ina calls at Feeten. One squad broke entirely. They dropped their weapons and ran into the hab blocks, their boots slamming against stone. A dozen civilians followed, thinking perhaps the soldiers had some hidden escape. But the Tyranids had already learned the layout of the city. The squad ran straight into an ambush. Lictors dropped from the ceilings, their talons slicing through armor like parchment. The screams that followed were not the cries of warriors. They were the cries of animals being butchered in a slaughterhouse. We heard them. We all heard them. And something inside us cracked. The barricade did not fall in one blow. It melted, piece by piece. Order dissolved. An officer pulled his sidearm and shot 3 of his own men who had tried to flee. His pistol clicked empty before the gaunts leapt upon him and tore him apart. Another squad held fast, firing until their rifles overheated, until their armor ran slick with gore, until the swarm pulled them down beneath a tide of talons. They did not break. They were broken. And when the barricade collapsed, the civilians were no longer shielded. We scattered like vermin, families clutching one another, priests dragging icons, workers still clutching their ration cards, as if they meant anything anymore. The soldiers we had trusted, the wall we had leaned on, had dissolved in less than an hour. I saw one boy no older than 15 clutch a lasgun that had fallen from a corpse. He aimed it with trembling hands, pulled the trigger, and the recoil snapped his wrist. He fell back screaming. The gaunt that tore him open did not even pause. To the swarm he was not even worth noticing. And all the while, the hive mind pressed down on us. It was not a sound. It was not a sight. It was a weight in the marrow, a whisper in the skull. It told us what we already knew, that resistance was not courage. It was futility. That soldiers were no more than cattle with shinier hides. That walls were only pause marks in a feast that could not end. Some of us tried to flee to the upper hive, thinking perhaps the great towers still stood. Others ran to the tunnels, swearing the underhive was vast enough to hide. But the swarm was in all places. We were already netted, already herded. And now that the soldiers had broken, now that the PDF had dissolved, there was nothing left to slow the teeth. I watched one priest stand in the street, raising his hands to the blackened sky. His voice rose above the screams, crying that the Emperor would test us, that we must prove our faith. A carnifex charged. Its bulk filled the street, its claws gouging walls, its roar louder than any hymn. The priest did not flinch. He spread his arms wider, shouting until the sound broke into raw static in his throat. And when the carnifex struck, his body exploded like a sack of wet ash. His faith did not shield him. His words did not matter. The swarm had no use for words. It was then the whispers began among the survivors, not whispers of salvation, whispers of betrayal, of abandonment, of the truth no one wanted to voice but everyone felt in their bones. The Emperor has abandoned us. The words slipped like poison through the crowd, carried on gasps, mutters, sobs. Once spoken, they spread, and like the barricade, faith melted. It did not fall in one blow. It dissolved. That was the night we realized there were no soldiers left, no shield, no wall. The PDF had broken, the banners had fallen, and the swarm did not even slow to celebrate. We were naked, before hunger, and the hunger had only just begun. The air itself turned against us. For days we had choked on smoke, on ash, on the stench of burning resin and human fat, but that was still air we could breathe. It scraped our lungs, but it kept us alive. When the sky broke open, when the spore barrages began, even breathing became treachery. We first heard them before we saw them. Not the shriek of artillery, not the thunder of guns, but a sound more like a living cough, a sickly thump 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 that rolled over the ruins of the hive in uneven waves. The ground trembled, and the shadows of things aloft moved against the cloud-choked heavens. Some of us thought salvation had come, that Imperial bombers had returned at last. But when we craned our necks, when we strained our eyes, we saw the truth. It was not wings of steel, it was flesh. Beavors, massive and hunched, squatted on the shattered highways outside the hive, their bodies swollen with pulsing sacs. They belched spore mines into the air, each glob of organic death trailing threads of ichor, wobbling as it rose, then curving downward in arcs that promised only annihilation. The first impacts tore through a residential block where survivors had taken refuge. The explosions did not sound like bombs, they sounded like bubbles bursting. A wet, obscene pop, followed by a gush of green fog and sticky fluid that splattered across stone and flesh alike. The people caught in the first barrage did not even have time to scream before their skin blistered and split, blood boiling in their veins as they coughed it out in steaming gouts. We ran. Of course we ran. The sky rained sickness, and every corridor, every alley, every half-collapsed stairwell felt like the mouth of a trap. The spores did not discriminate. They fell on families, on scavengers, on the broken remnants of the PDF who staggered through the ruins without orders. They clung to walls bloomed with teeth, exploded with gas that peeled skin from bone. The air filled with screaming, then with choking, then with silence broken only by the hiss of the next barrage. Some tried to cover their mouths with cloth, with rags soaked in water or blood. It did nothing. The toxins burned through fabric, through lips, through tongues. I saw one man hold his infant daughter beneath his coat as though he could shield her. When the spore burst nearby, his coat caught the mist, and he became a living furnace of chemical fire. He ran only 3 steps before collapsing, his arms still locked around his child. She did not even cry. She simply lay still, steam rising from her skin. Others fled underground, thinking the tunnels would save them. But the spores were alive. They rolled and bounced, seeking cracks, dripping downstairs like hungry slugs. They found the hiding places. They always found the hiding places. We began to learn their rhythms. The cough of the biovores came in waves. Between the barrages there were silences, stretches of a few minutes where the sky did not weep poison. In those minutes, survivors dashed from ruin to ruin, lungs already raw, eyes already red, and still the spores found them. They always found them. The sky itself became an executioner. The sun was gone, drowned in clouds of acid vapor and raining ichor. Even day felt like night, and the light that pierced the clouds was jaundiced and sick, a false dawn that promised only death. I remember one night when the survivors gathered in what had once been a manufactorum. Dozens of us huddled between rusting machines. We thought the walls would shield us. We thought the spores could not reach inside. For a few hours there was something almost like calm. People whispered, some prayed, a few even slept. Then came the sound, a soft plop against the roof, then another, then another. The ceiling bulged, sagged, dripped. A moment later it ruptured. Dozens of spore mines poured in, their sacks already glowing with unstable pressure. The room became a storm of bursting acid, of choking gas, of screams that became gurgles. I ran through it, stumbling over burning bodies, my ears ringing with the sound of flesh melting like wax. I do not know how I survived. I only know that when I emerged into the night, I was alone. The barrages went on without end. The biovores did not need rest. They did not need food. They only needed the command of the hive mind, and the hive mind never slept. In time, the survivors began to collapse, not from claws, not from fangs, but from the sky itself. They coughed blood until they drowned in it. Their eyes filmed over until they stumbled into walls, hands stretched out blindly. Some simply lay down in the open, staring at the jaundiced sky, too tired to run anymore, waiting for the next spore to burst above them. It was then we began to understand something terrible. The hive did not kill only to feed. It killed to empty space. It killed to silence noise. It killed to make the world quiet enough that its own growth could sing. Every impact, every hiss, every bubbling scream was not just destruction. It was orchestration, a rhythm, the hive mind conducting a symphony of annihilation. And when the barrages ceased, when the air stilled, the silence that followed was worse than the rain, because then you could hear the skittering, you could hear the claws, you could hear the swarm moving in to harvest what the sky had softened. The raining sky was not the end. It was only the cleansing breath before the true feast. The streets above had become ovens. The air was poisonous. The light was an executioner. So we went down. All of us who still clung to life, all of us who still believed there might be some corner of the hive untouched by claws, by acid, by the gaze of that impossible will. The sewers were not salvation. They reeked of rot, of overflow, of things older than the Tyranids, but they were not the open sky. And so, like vermin, we burrowed down. The tunnels stretched in every direction, arteries of waste and stone, slick with mildew, crawling with vermin that had fed on corpses until even their bellies shone red. The ceilings dripped, the walls sweated, every sound was amplified. The splash of a boot, the cough of a sick child, the rattle of a pebble kicked too far. We told ourselves that the swarm would not follow us here, that predators of the stars would not crawl into the filth. That was the lie we needed to move forward. But the hive does not leave holes unfilled. It began with the sounds, not claws, not the shrieks of beasts, but silence, a silence thicker than the tunnels themselves. Whole groups would vanish, a dozen people walking together, their footsteps echoing, their whispers carrying. Then the echoes would stop, their voices would thin, and one by one they were gone. We followed their path once, searching for those missing. We found nothing but splashes of ichor on the ceiling, ragged cuts in the stone where talons had gripped, and an icon necklace lying in the muck. No bodies, no survivors. The tunnels had eaten them, or something in the tunnels had. It was the gene stealers who found us first. Their silhouettes emerged from the dark, like nightmares sharpened into reality. They did not rush. They moved with patience, crawling across ceilings, their talons raking sparks as they shifted. One survivor screamed, and that was enough. They descended like knives falling from the rafters. Two were gone in an instant, lifted from the ground, shredded before their feet touched stone again. Their blood hissed as it mixed with sewer water, curling like smoke in the damp. We ran. We always ran. Through twisting tunnels, down ladders slick with slime, across chambers filled with pipes older than memory. The gene stealers never stopped. They did not need to. They knew the tunnels better than we did. They herded us, cutting off paths, forcing us deeper, deeper, until none of us knew where we were anymore. And then came the rippers. At first they looked like shadows rippling across the water, dozens of them, moving together in frantic harmony. Then the water broke, and they came, dozens, hundreds, their tiny jaws clicking, their bodies wriggling like worms too large to kill. They surged up walls, across ceilings, onto people. They swarmed a man beside me, dragging him down into the water before he could even cry. He thrashed once, and then there was only a froth of red bubbles. There was no place to hide. Not here, not anywhere. The swarm had roots in the dark. It had children in the filth. Some tried to bargain. Yes, bargain. I remember a mother dropping to her knees, clutching her child against her chest, screaming at the monsters to take her instead. She begged, voice hoarse, her words bouncing down the tunnels in useless echoes. The gene stealer did not pause. Its talons pierced them both in one motion, hoisting them high before dragging them into the dark. The hive did not hear prayers. It did not recognize sacrifice. It recognized only meat. Others turned against one another. In the dark, every shadow was an enemy, every cough a beacon. One man accused another of leading the beasts to us, swore he had seen him whispering to the shadows. His panic broke into violence, and he stabbed the accused through the chest with a jagged pipe. The man fell choking, his blood painting the water black. The killer's triumph lasted no more than seconds before a lictor dropped upon him, its talons splitting him open from collar to hip. Infighting was only fuel for the swarm. As days or hours I could not tell anymore passed, the tunnels became a graveyard. The air grew thicker, heavier, as though the hive itself pressed down through stone. People began to whisper voices in the dark, not human voices, but things that spoke in memory, in hunger. Some claimed they heard loved ones calling to them from the shadows, begging them to step forward. Others heard nothing at all, only the endless hum, the low vibration in the marrow that said, "We see you." We learned quickly that stillness was death. To stop was to invite the dark to notice. And so we moved, always moved, stumbling on bloody feet, dragging our sick, hauling the wounded who coughed until their ribs cracked. But still they fell behind. One by one they slipped away into the dark, into the water, into the claws. We did not turn back. We could not turn back. Once we thought we had escaped. A group of us found a maintenance chamber large enough to hold 50 souls. The walls were thick, the door sealed with a corroded lock. We believed foolishly that we could wait out the storm, that maybe, just maybe, the swarm would not bother with us. For 2 nights we huddled in there, eating scraps, drinking foul water, holding each other in silence. And then, on the 3rd night, the ceiling split open. A malloc erupted from the stone, its jaws wide enough to swallow a truck, its teeth grinding steel and flesh alike. The chamber became a blender of screams and bones. I crawled through blood, through the ruin of bodies into a crack in the wall. When I emerged again, the chamber was empty. Not one survivor remained. There is no place to hide, not above, not below, not in faith, not in silence. The swarm is everywhere, and worse, it knows where we are. That is when despair became certainty. We were not hunted because we were dangerous. We were hunted because we were necessary. Every body, every scream, every drop of blood was already accounted for in the hive's arithmetic of hunger. The tunnels promised darkness, but darkness is not safe. Darkness is simply another mouth of the swarm, yawning wider, waiting for us to stumble into its throat. And we did. The world itself began to scream. We had thought the Tyranids came only to consume us, to strip flesh from bone, to pour us into their pools and silence our voices. But now we understood the truth. It was not just us they wanted. It was the ground beneath our feet, the water we drank, the sky that hung above. It was everything. The planet was food, and the swarm had only just begun to eat. We first saw the towers rise on the horizon, impossible shapes, writhing and pulsing as if the earth itself had birthed them. They pierced the sky like the bones of some buried god, clawing its way upward. At first there was only one, a crooked pillar of resin and meat, its surface crawling with feeder tendrils. Then another, then another. By the end of the day the horizon bristled with them, a forest of living spires drinking the life out of the soil. We thought the towers were still, monuments of horror to mark our end, but they were not still. They grew. I watched one split a hab block apart, its black resin pushing through ferrocrete as if it were paper. Windows shattered, walls collapsed, and families hiding inside were swallowed whole, their screams drowned by the groan of a world being unmade. The tower pulsed, beating like a heart, and from its sides burst feeder veins that slithered across the ground, searching for rivers, for tanks, for pipes, and they found them. The rivers went first. Their waters turned black, then red, then vanished altogether, sucked into the roots of the capillary towers. The soil followed, liquefied into a slurry that was pumped upward into the alien sky. Even the oceans could not resist. From the coastlines we saw the waters recede, mile by mile, drawn into the gaping maws of the Hive. Ships were left stranded on seabeds, slick with resin, their hulls covered in barnacles, and the writhing of feeder organisms. Whole fishing towns vanished in a single night, pulled under the tide of a sea that no longer existed. The towers did not just feed, they changed the air. The wind carried a stench of ammonia and resin. Spores thickened, turning the sky into a miasma that dimmed the light until day and night became the same grey twilight. Breathing was painful, the lungs burned, and children coughed until blood streamed down their lips. We tied rags across our faces, soaked them in water, even in piss, anything to stop the burning. It made no difference. Every breath was an invitation to death. We thought hiding underground would save us, but the towers dug deeper than we ever could. Their feeder roots punched through sewers, splitting pipes, filling tunnels with black slime. In one night alone, we heard 5 different collapses, the walls caving in, stone dissolving into muck, whole groups of survivors screaming as they were swept away into a flood of liquefied soil. When the earth itself betrayed us, we finally understood there was no foundation left. The world we stood on was no longer ours, it was theirs. Some among us broke. One woman, a factory worker with arms strong from years of labor, simply dropped her tools and walked toward a tower. We tried to stop her, begged her to turn back, but she laughed. Better to be part of it than swallowed by it, she said, before pressing herself into the resin. The tower accepted her. Its tendrils wrapped her like a lover's embrace, drawing her screaming into its side until she was gone, absorbed without even the dignity of a corpse. Others cursed the Emperor. Their prayers had gone unanswered for too long, and when they looked at the towers, they saw a god more present than him. The Hive hears us, one man whispered. The Hive never ignores us. He slit his wrists and smeared his blood across the wall, offering it like a tithe. He did not even fall before feeder veins pierced him, drinking his offering until his body was pale as bone. Still we fled, though we had nowhere to flee to. The towers rose behind us, ahead of us, around us, until the city was nothing more than a nest of spires. We moved through ruins that trembled, through streets that bled slime, through air that burned. Every step felt like running across the skin of some vast living creature, and maybe that was the truth. Maybe the planet itself was already a Tyranid, already claimed, already devoured, and we were only ants crawling across its back. The PDF, what remained of them, attempted one last defense. I saw them march with their tanks, their las guns, their banners still clutched, though the cloth was soaked in blood and ash. They fired at the towers, pouring volley after volley into their resinous walls. For a moment it seemed to work. Chunks of flesh and resin slowed away, ichor spraying into the air. The soldiers cheered. Then the towers responded. Feeder veins lashed outward, tearing tanks open like toys, dragging men screaming into the air. Gaunts poured from hidden cysts along the routes, scuttling across the battlefield in a tide that swallowed the PDF in minutes. The last I saw of those soldiers was their commander, still screaming defiance as a feeder vein punched through his chest and lifted him into the spire. His voice was cut short as the tower pulsed and he was gone. We survivors could only watch. Our defenders had been food all along, and their deaths were just another step in the harvest. At night, the towers glowed. Their surfaces pulsed with sickly light, veins of crimson and green throbbing like arteries under skin. The glow was constant, a heartbeat that never faltered, never slowed. We could not sleep. The light reached into every ruin, every tunnel, every broken hab block. We closed our eyes and still saw it, felt it in our skulls, a reminder that the Hive was alive, that the Hive was everywhere, that the Hive was awake. It was then we realized the war was not being fought anymore. There was no war. There was only feeding, only conversion, only inevitability. The towers were not weapons. They were mouths, they were veins, they were proof that the planet itself was already digesting. One boy, no more than 12, asked me if the stars were still there, if the towers would reach them too. I had no answer, because when I looked up, when I peered through the haze of spores and resin, I could no longer see the stars, only shadows moving in orbit, vast shapes blotting out the heavens, waiting to drink what the towers fed them. The world was no longer ours. It was a carcass, and we were flies buzzing on its surface. The towers had risen, and with them rose the truth. The planet was already gone. We were walking across a corpse that had not yet realized it was dead. The sun rose one last time, Hon. Not that it mattered. Its light was weak, strangled by the clouds of spores that choked the heavens. The air shimmered with toxins, every breath, rasping like a knife, dragged along the inside of the lungs. But still, for a moment, there was light. A pale, dying ember of warmth that struggled through the storm of filth above. We clung to it like drowning men, grasping a broken plank, knowing it would sink beneath us but unable to let go. We gathered on the rooftops, in shattered plazas, on the upper floors of hab blocks that still stood like broken teeth jutting from the earth. We lifted our heads to the sky, to that faint glow, and wept. Children reached for it with blistered hands, as though they could hold the light and keep it safe. Mothers whispered prayers through bloodied lips, too hoarse to shout. The last faithful lifted cracked icons of the Emperor, holding them high, as if they could reflect his glory one final time. Then the sky moved. At first we thought it was smoke shifting, or clouds breaking apart. But it was not clouds. It was shadow, vast, alive, and moving with purpose. Shapes eclipsed the light. Shapes too immense for human eyes to truly grasp. They slid across the heavens like mountains adrift, blotting out the sun's final glow. The bioships had come. They hung above us in silence, their hulls vast enough to eclipse entire districts. They were not vessels as we understood them. They were organisms, spines like towers, maws that dripped ichor into the void, carapaces glistening with wetness that should never touch the sky. Tendrils stretched from them into the atmosphere, pulsing as they drank the air itself. Their presence pressed down on us like the weight of a world inverted, crushing not our bodies but our minds. The sun vanished behind them, swallowed whole. The world dimmed, day became night, and night became permanent. We did not scream, not at first. The silence was too heavy, the awe too great. To see the heavens devoured is to feel your soul stripped bare. It was not battle, it was not war, it was inevitability. We were insects watching a boot descend. Then came the sound, a low, resonant hum that trembled through the towers, through the ruins, through our bones. It was not just heard, it was felt. A vibration that crawled along teeth, along nails, along nerves. The hum of the hive. The voice of hunger itself, speaking without words. Some broke instantly. They clawed their faces bloody, tore their eyes out, screaming that they could not bear to see. Others fell to their knees, gibbering prayers to the Emperor, begging him to strike the monsters down. No thunderbolt came, no miracle descended. Only the shadows deepened, the hum grew louder, and the hive mind pressed its will across every living thing. The PDF remnants tried to rally. I saw them gather in a plaza, a dozen soldiers with lasguns clutched tight in trembling hands. Their commander raised a vox, shouting defiance at the sky. He promised vengeance. He promised the Emperor's wrath. His voice was strong, but his eyes were broken. The ships answered him. A tendril split the sky above the plaza, wide as a hab block, dripping with corrosive slime. It lashed downward, crushing buildings, shattering stone, swallowing the soldiers whole. The commander's voice cut off mid-sentence, replaced by a bubbling hiss as the tendril retracted, pulling mangled armor and torn bodies into the void. No resistance remained, no promise mattered. We ran again, though there was nowhere to run to. The towers pulsed, the spore rain thickened. The bioships lowered their maws, vast apertures glowing within a light. Beams of sickly energy lashed out, striking the earth, liquefying soil and stone into streams of nutrient sludge that fed directly into the sky. I remember one woman clutching her newborn to her chest. She stared at the heavens with hollow eyes and whispered, "If there is no sun, then there is no day. If there is no day, then there is no tomorrow. And if there is no tomorrow, then my child is already dead." She pressed her lips to the baby's brow, and when the next spore mine burst, both were gone in fire and smoke. The truth settled on us then, heavier than the ruins, heavier than the spires, heavier even than the sky itself. There would be no rescue, no imperial fleet, no angels of death descending with bolters roaring, no light, no hope. The world's last dawn had come, and it had gone. Now there was only night, and the hunger that thrived within it. The night did not end. It only learned different shades of itself, and after a while the mind loosened the knot that kept hours together and let them spill out across the floor until they were only wet footprints leading nowhere. We tried to keep count, scratches on resin, where resin would tolerate being written upon, knots on string, where string could still be found, prayers broken into segments to be repeated in strict sequence, as if order itself were a sacrament. But the scratches healed when we turned our backs. The knots rotted on wrists that had stopped being arms and started being weights. The prayers refused to hold still and wandered the corridors of the mouth like lost children, calling to a father who had learned not to answer. The hum, above everything else, around everything else, inside everything else, set a rhythm that was not a rhythm, a vibration that turned thoughts into puddles. I would begin a sentence inside my skull and halfway through discover that I had misplaced the path of it and was standing in a field of words with no gate, the way a man dreams he has left his home and finds that all houses are his and none are. We lived in a place that had forgotten its own name. It might once have been a pump hall or a substation. It might once have held machines that obeyed men. Now it held the slow breathing of the hive in its walls and a handful of us not survivors, simply delays. The ones who remained with me, then, if then is a word that can be asked to behave, were a loader missing 2 fingers, who called himself Fen or Len, or Ren depending on the hour. A girl with hair, the color of ash, who never spoke above the volume of a confession. A woman whose eyes had 2 different kinds of grief in them like mismatched coins, and who answered to aunt, because it required the least from memory, and a pair of twins sharing one coat whose faces were so alike that the mind, already tired, stopped trying to place them and took to addressing the coat instead. There were others for a while. There are always others, until there aren't. Sometimes I recall a soldier in flak with a hole in his cheek that whistled when he breathed, and a scribe who had once told stories to shut the dark up, and a boy who would not step on the hair of the dead when we crossed rooms where the floor was carpeted with it. Sometimes I think those were all the same person, and sometimes I think they were me. Hunger is first a visitor, then a roommate, then a ceremony. At first it whined, tugged, suggested. We answered it with discipline, with rationed crumbs hoarded from ruins, with boiled straps of leather shaved from belts, with mold scraped from damp walls and blessed with lies about nutrition. Then it spread blankets on our beds and slept with us, and we slept less. The swelling inside our bellies made us into vessels that sloshed when we walked. We grew smaller where bones sat close to the skin, and larger where the emptiness wanted to be seen. We chewed things for the sound of it. Wire insulation, scraps of resin brittle enough to break, cloth pulled from the mouths of rusted filters, just to trick the jaw into believing it had a job. And when the jaw felt useful, the mind felt less likely to unspool. Eventually hunger announced itself as ritual. You wake, you weigh your body with your hands and note what is gone. You drink the water that tastes like machine tears. You lick the condensation from pipe bellies and share it in turns. You divide a dead battery's wrapper into equal strips and chew the bitumen until your teeth wear flat. You swallow 3 times. And you tell your stomach the emperor is listening even if he is not. We tried to sleep by turns, 2 waking, while the others lay in the posture of surrender, and we failed by turns, because the hum would climb into the space between breath and dream, and speak without language. And when it spoke, sleep forgot how to find us. On the rare occasions it found one of us, it was not kindness. Dreams were not escapes. They were rehearsals the Hive conducted, setting our dead in the aisles of ruined shrines and teaching their mouths to invite us forward, arranging our lost at the ends of corridors with their heads turned just enough that the line of their jaw was the promise of recognition. And every time we woke we had to sound our names to ourselves like catechisms, to be sure we had not accepted. The twins began to answer when no one called them. Aunt tied their coat sleeve to her belt with a strip of wire so that if their bodies decided to go, their bodies would take her with them, and she could at least choose that company. The ash-haired girl pressed her ear to the floor and listened for steps and came away saying only softly, "We are the ones walking. We are the ones." This frightened me more than claws. Days, hours, moments. We measured by damage. The loader lost his first finger to a door that decided to close and then open again in a way that declared intent. He lost his second to a trap. The lictors left that looked like a rope ladder stitched from veins and wanted to become a bracelet. Aunt bruised from hip to knee without remembering the event that gifted the colors to her skin. I woke once with a mouthful of hair that had not been my own, and a taste like pennies and sorrow, and could not decide whether to keep swallowing to recycle what was left of whoever it had been, or spit to retain a claim on decency. Decency, like schedule, became an antique. We kept one piece of it wrapped in cloth, like a relic. We did not speak loudly. Loudness is leadership. Leadership is bait. The first body we ate did not begin as meat. It began as a child's arithmetic. There is a corpse. There is no fuel. There is a mouth. There is a need. Does the sum end in a number that disgust can live with? We argued without volume and without words. Eyebrows, fingers, the angle of a jaw. The loader made a small shape with his hands that suggested a bowl and then shrugged at the lack of bowls. Aunt crossed herself sideways and then erased the gesture quickly, as if the walls had eyes that knew jurisdiction. The twins stared at the coat and asked what saints ate when there was no bread. The ash-haired girl watched me, and in that watching I lost the right to pretend I was not required to decide. The body was a man whose name had been taken already by the damp. He had stumbled in with us 3 sleep changes prior, and told us about a hatch near the old transit line that opened onto a space with working vents and a cache of tins. He had died on the way to showing us, bitten by a maw set into the wall at knee height. The kind of mouth the Hive grows to remind you it understands jokes. His leg had gone black before his face remembered how to be still. We waited the amount of time decent men tell decent others. They waited so that decency can sit at the table and choose to leave. Then we took his coat because the twins needed it, and we whispered lies about burial, and we used my spike and a strip of bent copper to take his right forearm away from the rest of him. There is a theology of heat. We had none. The meat was the temperature of rooms that have given up. I will not tell you that it tasted like anything other than what it was. I will not make poetry to spare myself. It was soft and resistant and wrong, iron and disinfectant and the smell of boiled batteries, and my mouth fought me with tears, and my throat fought me with a clutching motion that wanted to throw the mouth away. Aunt said a blessing in the smallest voice I have ever heard, so small that the words did not disturb the air but moved across the floor like light from a lamp that makes no heat. The twins cried and chewed. The loader bit his lip until it bled to give his mouth something it remembered. The ash-haired girl watched me chew until I swallowed and then she ate. We apologized to no one, because apologies require a listener, and the only listener was the hum, and the hum has no patience for manners. Afterwards, we were sicker than before. Our stomachs, long resigned to the business of emptiness, did not remember how to host contents. We lay in a bent line along the wall and shook with a shivering that was not cold and could not be warmed. The loader told a story about a summer that had smelled like cut wheat and hot metal, and the inside of a transport shuttle that had not belonged to us, but had permitted us to sleep in its shadow. Halfway through, he forgot how it ended, and Aunt supplied a new ending in which everyone wept with joy, and no one believed her, and that was a kind of mercy. The next time the hum pressed its hand against our skulls, I thought I felt it pause, as if making a note. I hate that I am grateful for the attention. Memory is a city, And the hive is a weather that rots cities. I began losing small streets first, the color of my mother's shawl, the pitch of my sister's laugh before she learned caution, the length of the corridor between the tally room and the canteen at Silo Delta 12. Then the larger avenues washed away the taste of a particular tea that had never been good but had always arrived at the end of fourth bell, the foreman's pet phrase about the romance of punctuality, the names of two men who had taught me how to repair the minor gears of the conveyor chain, and how to pretend to forget that knowledge when a priest required a miracle instead of a wrench. The ashes of those streets blew into the eyes of what remained, and I took to tying meanings to objects like a child learning to read. This piece of wire is my sister. This cracked lens is the day the sky became a bruise. This broken rosary bead is the smell of grain in the sun. The resin learned this trick faster than I did. Sometimes I would turn to find it had moved my reliquary of junk into new patterns that told me that my sister was now the broken rosary and the cracked lens was my hunger, and the wire had never existed. We wrote on our bodies when walls unwrote us. Aunt inked the inside of her forearms with names in soot and oil. Her own, the twins, a list of uncles and cousins that grew shorter as her skin exhaled memory. Fenlon carved a set of numbers into the meat above his ribs with a nail, shift lengths, quotas, turnarounds. When he had finished, he sat back with the expression of a man who has won an argument no one else heard. And then 2 sleeps later he did not know what the numbers were, and traced them with a tenderness that made me turn away. I tried to keep ledgers in my head the way I once had on slates, numbers equal to faces, faces equal to hands, hands equal to tasks. Who can still lift, who can still watch, who can still squeeze through seams no man should fit. The columns bled, the totals changed when I blinked, and when I bit the inside of my cheek hard enough to make blood so that pain might tack the page to the table, the hum moved through me and rearranged the furniture while I was fixing the window. I learned to repeat in a circular whisper, "You are the one who counted sacks. You are the one who lied to the work horn. You are the one who stole a lift key. You are the one who broke. You are the one who ran. You are the one who remained." The circle wore thin. We met others sometimes, or the shadows of them, or their noises traveling ahead of their bodies like scouts. Once it was a group with the stiff backs of men who still believed orders could be issued and followed. They had painted their faces with ash in designs that had once meant something in a regiment, and their leader threw his chin at us like a question mark that demanded to be answered with currency. He asked if we were sick, if we were marked, if we had eaten. He made the last word a test he wanted us to fail. Aunt lied with grace and I did not speak, and the ash-haired girl looked at the floor the way one does at a lover who has betrayed you, and whom you will betray in a moment. The men smelled like old soap and knew a cowardice. They traded us a half jar of something that had once been lubricating grease for a broken blade, and a map that was a sheet of rust with arrows scratched into it, pointing at the words Starport and Blessed Air. After they moved on, the twins began to follow their footprints, a reflection of the way a moth finds flame, and Aunt and I had to lean all our weight on the coat to remind it that it belonged to the twins and not to an itinerary. Another time it was a woman alone who claimed she could still hear the bells and find the places where water condensed clean. She walked with her head turned as if listening to a whisper over her shoulder, and she smiled in the manner of a person who has been promised a surprise, gentle and inevitable. She led us to a wall where water did bead in generous drops, true, and we drank until our bodies remembered how to hope for minutes. While we licked the last of it from our fingers, she stepped back into the hall and put 2 fingers into her mouth and whistled a note that slid upward into a frequency my jaw remembered from a dream, and the lictor that had been waiting in the shape of a shadow that looked like a pipe's shadow came forward and wrote her name on the air with someone else's blood. We scattered without noise, and the lictor, perhaps instructed to cull leadership and not scavengers, perhaps sated with the lesson, did not pursue. Later I found a smear on the wall where her shoulder had touched, and I pressed my forehead against it and thought, they test forms of us the way augurs test weather. If I was vengeance I would have screamed. I was an inventory. I marked the line and moved on. We grew thinner than our ghosts. Bones decided to be counted through the skin. Knees unlearned their hinges. The ash-haired girl slept with her hand on her throat as if to keep the air from deciding it could leave without permission. The twins took turns being awake and forgot who had just slept and apologized to each other for stealing rest from the other when neither had. Fenlanren's wound in his palm where the door had argued with him grew a fringe of something that was not scab and not fungus. It pulsed when the hum spread its hand and leaked a clear fluid when the hum withdrew it. He told jokes to it in a voice that had gone thin. Two servitors walk into a shrine. The incense says to the grease, "I will learn your prayers." The grease says to the incense, "I will know your stains." We laughed because laughter is a vitamin the body cannot synthesize and must borrow. When the fringe sprouted teeth like the mouths in the walls, Aunt cut it off with a shard of glass and bound the stump with her last relatively clean rag while singing an old marching tune to convince the flesh to remember itself. The teeth clacked on the floor until they stopped being interested in being teeth. Once before hunger made our tongues into instruments for measuring absence, I found a room where the hive had arranged the dead in a pattern that meant something to itself. The bodies were seated facing each other around a table of resin, hands folded, heads bowed. On the table lay a perfect circle of blue glass, the face of a gauge from some machine that had once counted pressure. In the reflection I looked like a saint starved of iconography. At each place on the table the hive had set a cup grown from its own material, hollow and clean. The compulsion to sit was larger than instruction. I had to hold the doorframe with both hands and name stones until the urge passed. Later, when I told Aunt badly gesture, breath, she nodded with the solemnity one gives to weather. It wanted to see if you would pour yourself. We ate again. You cannot teach the stomach to forget forever. This time there was nobody we felt we could pretend we had found rather than made. Fenlan did not wake from his last sleep. He had wrapped his two-fingered hand around the ash-haired girl's wrist, as if to anchor her to a reality he had decided to stop voting for, and the ash-haired girl had not moved for a long time after we pried his fingers loose, not even to drink. She stared in a way that made me think the hum had found a soft place under her breastbone and was warming itself there. We waited for the proper length of the fake liturgy we had made to disguise appetite. Then we did the necessary. I will not tell you the words we did not say. I will tell you that when the first piece was cut, the hum paused again, and either I imagined it or the world admired our obedience to its arithmetic. After that, memory collapsed not in lines but in planes. I would stand and find that the act of standing had eaten the act of deciding to stand. I would speak and hear the words and have to guess at whose voice I had borrowed. I would look at Aunt and know her, and then not know her, and then know she was the only thing left that had the dignity to be called familiar. The ash-haired girl began to tell me stories about fields, and in every story there was an ocean in the sky, and in every story the ocean did not fall. The twins slept and woke and slept and woke, and their coat wore through at the elbows where prayer lives, and we tore strips from Fenlanrin's shirt to reinforce it, and none of us said the word inheritance because the hive likes legal language and might have decided to summon a court. We tried once more to leave the down and go up to measure if the night still owned the world in one piece. The stair we chose had remembered its steps in a loyal way, and our feet thanked it by bleeding less than usual. When we emerged into a room that had once had windows, light came in from some place that was no longer sky, a phosphor glimmer like biolumin sacs, dreaming of being stars. Outside, where a plaza had hosted the marriages of men to work and of women to grief, a lake of nutrient slurry reflected a forest of capillary towers. The towers beat with the serenity of beasts at rest, full and patient. Between two of them, at a distance that made the head ache to think about, a bioship lowered a vein so thick it made avenues of air go around it as if it were a hill. I could not find where dawn might have been. I could not remember if the word meant anything but a color we had misplaced. I watched the vein pulse and imagined I felt the tug on whatever in me could still be called blood. The ash-haired girl reached out her hand toward the light, like a child touching a painted sun, and I took her wrist gently and put it back at her side, because the hive might have mistaken the gesture for request and I did not want us to be answered. Back inside, we set about the business of being delayed again. Aunt began to recite the multiplication tables out of order to keep her mouth from praying, and I answered her with additions that used bits of scavenged junk for numerals so that the mind would have weight to carry. The twins invented a game that involved counting the breaths between the hum's pulses, but the hum is not kind enough to repeat, and they grew angry with it and then became exhausted. I scratched a ledger on the inside of my boot with a nail, names the ones I had left, and next to each a mark for still or gone. The marks blurred when the sweat from my foot ran down into them, and when I scraped them deeper the boot cracked and I had to bind it with wire, and the marks were lost. The ash-haired girl took to tracing the lines of my palm with the tip of a bone splinter, and telling me the stories there like she was a saint who had learned the trick of fortune-telling. This line is your mother's hand on your head. This line is a door that only opens when you bleed at its feet. This line is your sister's voice. This short line is the sound of your name when you cannot remember it. She said the last and then tapped a place that had no line at all and said, "This is where we stop being." Cannibalism did not make us into villains. It made us into arithmetic. It made us into pages in a book the Hive was writing with instruments of meat. I tried, once, to pray, not for salvation but for the courtesy of a witness. Let there be someone to notice, to mark the line from here to gone. The words turned to filings in my mouth. I swallowed them, and they did me no good, and at least they did not make noise. When sleep finally found me, it did it with both hands, and in the dream my sister stood knee-deep in a pool that was not yet acid, and held out a handful of wheat to a sky that tasted like salt, and I shouted that there is no salt here, and she laughed because dread knows how to laugh. And when I woke, the ash-haired girl had braided 3 strands of wire into my hair to keep me from wandering, and Aunt had tied the twins to herself with a belt, because every time we closed our eyes something inside us wanted to go where voices were. The voices always said the same thing now, regardless of whose mouth wore them: "It is easier if you let us carry you." We did not let them. Not that day, not that night, not in that slice of silence between barrages when the hum leaned in as if to kiss. We wrote our names on the inside of our skulls with nails and wire and bone, and the memory of tea we had once called bitter, and the taste of meat we would spend our remaining breaths pretending we never had. We ate a strip more, because bodies are clocks that require the dignity of winding even when the hour hand points only at dark. We lay in a row along the wall and pressed our shoulders to each other so that if any of us started to drift, the others would feel the tug and refuse to give up. I told Aunt I had been a record keeper once, and she smiled like a woman listening to the sea inside a shell and said, "You still are." And I said, "I do not have a page." And she said, "Then speak." And I said that speaking makes the hive turn its head. And she said, "Then whisper so small it has to kneel to hear." So I began, in a voice that did not disturb the air, to tell the empty place between us what had happened. The lighters that did not come, the choir that forgot the notes, the first scream I cannot be sure was real, the taste of the mist that wanted to be sweet, the teeth that learned walls, the pen that called itself safe, the way fire loves a lictor, and the way a lictor does not mind, Hessa's grip, my sister's hair on the surface before it slid under, the sky breaking into ships that did not know the courtesy of metal, the towers learning our rivers, the bells that keep ringing when there is no one left to pull a rope. I spoke until the words ran out of me like water from a cracked jug, and I felt lighter for a breath, and in that breath, the hum came close, and I understood that memory is also food, that remembering is a kind of defiance that leaves a taste on the tongue of what devours. And I understood that the collapse of memory it gave us was not mercy but inventory management. I put my hand on the floor and felt the slow pulse of the world learning a new heartbeat, and I said my name, not the one on the hab ledger, the name my mother had used when she touched the strip of parchment by the window where the paint blistered, the name that fits in the mouth like bread, and for one long second it stayed. In that second, the ash-haired girl looked at me as if she had just been introduced to someone she believed she would like, and Aunt closed her eyes, as if memorizing the sound of a bell that would not ring again. and the twins leaned their heads together and whispered the syllables back and forth the way children trade candies they are not sure they deserve. The hum receded a fraction the way a tide withdraws from a rock, not because it is beaten, but because it intends to return larger. The night did not end. The hunger did not loosen. The names on my boot were still ruined and the ledger in my skull still bled through the lines. But a number had been written down inside a place the hive had not yet learned to erase. And when the next scraping came, the one that meant claws and choices, we stood up as people, and not yet as food. And that is all the difference there is until the difference is gone. The hive began to sing in ways no throat could shape and no string could carry, a sound without sound that filled marrow before it touched the ears, a lullaby carved from pressure, pheromone, and pulse. It did not come as a roar, not as a storm. No, it crept like comfort, like the weight of a blanket across shivering shoulders, like a mother's voice blurred through walls when you were too young to remember the words but not the warmth. And because of that, we hated it more than teeth. It swayed the air. The resin on the walls rippled like water, hearing a far-off drum. The slime in the channels bubbled in rhythms that pretended to be familiar hums. Even our hearts, traitorous flesh engines, faltered to match the beat until you could not tell whether the sound was in the walls or inside the cage of your ribs. Some of us surrendered quickly. The twins were the first, leaning against each other with half-shut eyes, rocking as if a cradle had returned. Their lips moved, whispering syllables I recognized only too late as our names, repeated, shortened, then dissolved into croons. Aunt tried to hold them upright, but her own head lowered against her chest, her mouth trembling with a melody I had heard once at a funeral before the war swallowed funerals whole. The ash-haired girl dug her nails into her arms until rivulets ran down her wrists, crimson against the pallor, a desperate anchor to herself. She mouthed the word awake again and again like it was an oath, but her eyelids sagged, her breath slowed, and I feared that the hive had found a way to turn even defiance into harmony. I wanted to scream, to shout, to break the spell with the ugliness of human rage, but I could not trust my throat. The hum pressed on it like a hand, shaping even silence into obedience. Instead, I bit my tongue until blood filled my mouth and dripped onto the resin floor. The smell of it, iron, raw, unpolished, human, cut through the lullaby for a flicker of a moment. And in that moment I saw what the hive wanted. It was not sleep. Sleep is human, fragile, flawed. This was rehearsal. The hive wanted us pliant, murmuring, rocking, already half in its grasp before the claws arrived. It wanted to wear us down into docility, to make our last act not a scream but a sigh. It wanted to harvest us not only as flesh, but as voices folded into its choir. I clawed at the loader's shoulder, what was left of him, forcing his head upright, whispering a jagged litany, not for prayer, but for memory. You are Fenlin Wren. You worked the chains. You bled on shift. You had a mother with black hair. You are not theirs yet. I spoke it into his ear until I believed it myself. His eyes rolled, caught mine, flickered with a spark. Enough. I tore wire from the wall, lashed it around Aunt's wrist to drag her upright. She resisted like a sleepwalker, murmuring a child's song, until I pressed her palm against my bloodied mouth. Recognition returned in her gasp, horror at herself, shame at the sweetness she had nearly surrendered to. Together we shook the twins until their eyes opened wide with terror. The ash-haired girl had collapsed, lips moving without voice. Her hands fluttered weakly like wings cut from the body. I slapped her, once, twice, each blow heavier with my own fear. The third time her eyes burst open, and the sound that tore from her throat was no hymn, but a scream. It was ugly, cracked, human. It was enough. The lullaby faltered, not silenced, but disrupted, as if the hive itself had stumbled mid-verse. The resin pulsed with irritation. The hum deepened like a reprimand. And I knew it had noticed us. But in that moment, standing with blood on my lips and bruises on my hands, I also knew this. We were still ours, still human, still awake. And if the hive wanted to carry us in song, it would have to take us screaming. We should have known it was madness to move in numbers again. We should have known that anything gathered, anything clustered, anything resembling a flock would be noticed and culled. But hope does not obey reason. Hope is a parasite as cruel as any that crawls within the hive. Word spread like infection. The starport was not entirely ruined. The northern pad, half collapsed, still held shuttles buried in rubble. Fuel silos cracked but not yet drained. Doors that might still open if pushed with enough desperate hands. Someone said a Vox beacon had sputtered there half a day before. Someone else swore a ship had lifted, its contrail vanishing into clouds before the sky swallowed it. Lies. Truth. It did not matter. It was something to chase. So we went. Not hundreds. Not even tens of thousands, for those numbers had already burned away in the firestorms. We were a few thousand at most. Families dragging children, widows clutching icons, laborers with rusted pipes for weapons, soldiers without uniforms. We moved together through the husks of avenues, every step carrying a weight that was not only exhaustion, but the knowledge that if this hope failed, there would be no more left to give. The streets bore no silence now. They were littered with the corpses of the failed, burned PDF barricades, gnawed hollow, Arbite's shields cracked in half, priests nailed upright against walls with their own croziers. The hive did not simply kill, it displayed, it arranged, it taught, and we marched through its lessons like condemned students. At the forefront, banners were raised not of regiments or saints, but of cloth torn from beds, stitched with blood in the shape of the Aquila. They trembled in the toxin winds, fragile symbols of an imperium that had not come and never would. We followed them anyway, because without the pretense of that twin-headed bird, we were already dead. I walked with them, though every bone in me screamed to scatter, to crawl back into shadows, to survive another hour, instead of risking the day. But I could not turn away from the old man who carried his grandson on his shoulders, or the woman who sang broken hymns to keep her child from hearing the sobs of the crowd. If they dared to walk, then so would I. The starport came into view at dusk, or what passed for dusk beneath a sky forever veined with capillary towers. Its silhouette rose in broken teeth of ferrocrete, pads yawning open like sockets stripped of eyes. Fires guttered in the distance where fuel still bled into canals, and above it all, looming like vultures that had already fed and waited for scraps, the bioships hung motionless, their tendrils caressing the planet's wounds. The flock began to run. Some shouted, some prayed, some wept. The last sprint of the condemned, a rush toward a mirage of salvation. I ran too, though every breath cut my chest and every muscle begged me to fall. That was when the shadows moved. At first only a flutter in the clouds, then wings, thousands of them, stretched in black silhouettes across the poisoned sky. They screamed as they dived, not with lungs but with the shriek of air tearing against their flesh wings. Gargoyles, living weapons, half gaunt, half carrion bird, eyes gleaming like molten knives. The first wave fell on the vanguard, talons hooking into backs, jaws clamping onto skulls, families scattered, children torn from arms mid-sprint, screams dissolving into gargled silence as wings beat upward, dragging prey into the clouds. Bodies rained down seconds later, headless, torn or already half dissolved by venom spat mid-flight. The banners fell. The Aquilas burned in the toxin fires. Panic consumed us. Lines dissolved. The flock broke into shards, each shard trampling itself in blind terror. Some rushed forward, hurling themselves over barricades toward the shattered pads. Others dove into the rubble, clawing through broken ferrocrete as though stones could shield them from wings. A few dropped to their knees where they stood, arms lifted, begging for mercy from beasts bred without the concept. I saw a father throw his child upward, not to the Emperor, not to safety, but into the arms of a gargoyle, as if surrendering might buy his own escape. The child's cry was cut short in a spray of crimson, and the father's own throat followed seconds later when another beast descended on him. We fired those who still carried weapons. Glass bolts streaked the dusk, autoguns rattled, even a melted plasma pistol spat defiance. Some gargoyles burned, wings crumpling as they spiraled into wreckage. But for every one that fell, a dozen more swooped. The sky itself was a tide, and we were nothing but fish swept up in its flood. I remember running, rubble beneath my feet, the silhouette of a landing pad looming close. I remember thinking that if I reached it, if I touched it, then somehow there would be salvation waiting beyond. And then I remember the boy who stumbled beside me, too small to keep pace, too desperate to stop. He cried for his mother, though she was already gone, lifted screaming into the clouds minutes before a gargoyle descended on him. I swung a length of pipe, catching it across the jaw, knocking it sideways. For one breath it faltered, shrieked, and then another swooped, claws digging into my arm, pulling me from the boy. I struck, I bit, I screamed until my throat tore, and still it dragged me upward. The ground fell away, the flock dissolved into dots, and the starport yawned like a grave below. Only the sudden flash of lost fire from below saved me. Someone had fired, hitting the gargoyle's wing. It screeched, spiraled, and hurled me down into rubble. I do not know who pulled the trigger, and I never saw them again. When I rose, coughing blood, the flock was no longer a flock. It was ruin. Shreds of humanity smeared across Ferrocrete. Banners burned, cries dwindled to whimpers. Above us the gargoyles wheeled, already dispersing, the cull completed. The starport was no sanctuary. It was a feeding ground, and we had walked willingly into it. We could have believed we were unlucky. That ruin simply found us again and again because we were clumsy, loud, slow. It would have been a kinder lie. But after the gargoyles had sifted the last hope out of the starport, and the courageous lay in a new arrangement of meat among the teeth of Ferrocrete, after the smoke folded back into the sky like a lid, after our little remainder huddled in a maintenance trench belly up to the toxin wind, I felt the attention on us the way a moth must feel the cat's pupil dilate. Not attack. Attention, like a pin settling into the hole it was made for, and once felt, it could not be unfelt. The hive had turned its face toward us, not to finish the meal, but to watch it cool. We crawled east because east was a direction, and directions are a way to argue with despair. Aunt led, because the twins had learned to move only when her belt tugged, and to stop only when her hand made the smallest fist. The ash-haired girl trailed the rear with a shard of mirror stolen from a shrine, angling it to catch corners we could not. I kept count of our breaths, because counting was the last sacrament left to me. The rubble had developed manners. It learned to roll underfoot without clatter, as if the city itself were practicing silence for an audition. Twice we froze when the wind shifted, not because of sound but because of the taste it brought, a slick sweetness, like fruit that has learned teeth, the breath of a lictor somewhere close. Twice the taste receded, not because we were clever, but because we were not chosen. The first experiment revealed itself in a street that had once been a market for tools and prayers. Stalls had been knitted together by resin into a long, low tunnel open to the sky, its edges filigreed with feeder filaments like eyelashes. Along the tunnel, at irregular intervals, lay objects: a ration tin with its key still intact, a canteen, stopper in place, a coil of rope, a child's scarf clean folded. Baits, of course, but not for hands, for reactions. We stepped past the tin and the canteen and the rope without difficulty, our appetites disciplined by fear, but the scarf caught the twins like a hook catches a fish. One reached before the other could restrain the hand they shared by habit, and I swore I felt the air lean closer. The resin shimmered as if in warm light. No beast leapt, no spitter coughed venom. The hive recorded. The twins stared at the scarf until their chests hitched in the same beat, and then together they withdrew, and the shimmer eased, and we moved on. We were not punished. We were measured. We were measured. We found another tunnel where the walls were lined with thin plates of translucent chitin. At first I thought the hive had grown windows to admire its own work. Then Aunt touched one and recoiled. Heat, not of fire, of bodies pressed recently against the other side. Silhouettes blurred and moved in parallax. We froze. Others, survivors. Relief shivered through us like fever. I tapped, very gently. The silhouette flinched. Another reached toward the sound. A third began to rock. Behind us, subtle as a knife slipping into a sleeve. The lullaby rose, the low hum at a frequency that steals posture. The figures on the other side bent in unison, heads inclining like wheat in a breeze. We did not bend. We bit our tongues till blood answered. The silhouettes bent further. A panel slid open at the end of their corridor, a mouth of resin unfurling like a flower. And though we could not hear their voices, we could see them speak, their gestures becoming supplication. The mouth did not close. It waited. We did not move. We watched them fatally interpret the waiting as an invitation. They filed toward it, several turning and holding out hands to whoever they imagined us to be. The door swallowed them one by one. The hum softened to a purr. Satisfied, the panels clouded. The experiment concluded. After that, we saw the pattern everywhere, the way a scribe sees his own shorthand even in random scratches. A rafter from which a corpse was suspended, not to frighten, but to determine how long grief anchors feet before it yields to caution. A crossroad where 3 scents were laid like roads, blood, bread, smoke, and an opening above each to tally which hunger wins. A fallen Arbite's helm with the Vox stud intact, whispering a clipped, authoritative lie about evacuation shuttles at the old grain spire. The wording changed when different faces drew near. Not a trap, not lark, study. The Hive was doing to us what we had once done to grain, to gear, to numbers, testing for failure points, measuring the tolerances of hope. We found a place to rest, a cooling duct whose fan had stalled with a blade buried through a Tyranid's skull, a little heresy of metal victorious over meat. We slept because even experiments allow subjects to breathe. In my dream, a malanthrope floated over a table of ledgers and dipped its ciliated mouth into rows of names. It drew the ink out and wrote them back in a new alphabet. I could almost read. Mother became bait, brother became alarm, priest became mouth, child became lever. I woke to the soft rasp of the ash-haired girl braiding wire into the twins' sleeves so the coat would not be stolen by beggar walls. She looked at me like a conspirator. "It lets us go," she breathed, the sentence a string of thread so fine a knife might not notice it. "It lets us go, and then it watches what we become." Aunt touched my cheek as if testing for fever. "Not lets," she said, so softly. The word barely had bones. "Uses." We moved again, careful now to make our choices wrong when we could, choosing the stink over the sweet, the narrow over the open, the downward over the light. Once I led them into a chamber that vibrated with noise made just below hearing. The twins whimpered, hands to heads. Aunt braced her forearms against the wall and gritted her teeth so hard I feared they'd crack. In the center of the chamber, a zoanthrope hung like a thought that had learned flesh. Its crown blazed with a corona only the bones knew, its withered body an insult, its eye a wound in the air. It turned slowly, like a magnifying glass searching for the sun's angle. The hum thickened until my joints felt full of resin. It was not attacking, it was listening. I had the childish urge to behave, to present good posture, to hold my hands where they could be seen. I answered by staring at the floor and reciting the weights of common grain lots under my breath, numbers I had used to lie to foremen and please ration clerks, 40-kilo sacks, 500 to the lot, chains running at 9 meters per second. When the belts behaved, 4 belts to a bay, 18 bays to a side. The hum wavered, as if bored. The ash-haired girl began to sing a song that was not a song, just vowels as if she were unlearning speech, while promising to return. Aunt watched the zoanthrope with the flat hatred, the tired reserve for spiders. "Go on, bug," she murmured, almost tender. "Write your sermon." We backed out, and the pressure lifted. For the rest of the day, the span of breaths, the length of a hunger, we stumbled into no patrols at all. Deliberate. The Hive had set a page and turned it, and now it wanted to see what we'd write on the next. We wrote pettiness. It is what small things do when large things ignore them. The twins fought over a rag of cloth bright enough to pretend it had once been a flag. They slapped each other's hands with the practiced malice of siblings who need the ritual more than the object. The ash-haired girl hid a tin of grease under her shirt, even though we had nothing left to lubricate but grief. Aunt cut her hair with glass and braided it back so it would not snag when walls decided to grip. I counted and miscounted, and counted again until I had to admit the numbers were drunk. All of it was witnessed. I began to guess where the observation nodes were. Bulges in the resin that breathed slower, trumpet-lipped growths that opened when we argued, and closed when we slept. Harmless-looking polyp mouths that tracked our hands the way an auger owl tracks mice. Once exhausted and childish, I spat into one and called it a clerk. It filmed over and drank. Toward the edge of the old manufactorum district, we found a wall that had learned to be a curtain. Behind it, something moved that did not sound like an attack. A slow slosh, a drip, the whisper of thin skins wrinkling. The ash-haired girl slipped her mirror shard into a seam and showed us a slice of the room beyond. Bodies in rows, each seated on a low swell of resin that pulsed under them like patient bellies. Their faces were toward us, but their eyes were inward. A thin hair-fine thread ran from each crown upward into a web. No claws, no mouths, no straps. Their hands rested on their knees. Their chests rose and fell as if a very polite sleep had been offered and accepted.
I counted 8.
One was a priest. His lips moved as if the sermon continued. One was a boy. His fingers tapped an invisible game on his thighs. One was a woman whose mouth worked around a chew that no longer existed.
Whoa.
We had found the answer to a question I had not allowed myself to ask. What happens when the lullaby succeeds? A malanthrope drifted above them like a saint stolen and rewired. It moved from head to head with a lover's patience, dipping its cowl to taste thoughts the way tongues taste soup. Not feeding, collecting. It lingered at the boy, then at the priest, then at the woman whose chew had been memory. When it raised its head from each, a faint shimmer ran along the web toward a vent that exhaled its learning into the corridor where we crouched like thieves of knowledge and failed at theft. Aunt's hand found mine, and squeezed so hard the bones kissed. "They don't want our screams," she whispered. "They want the reasons for them. We ought to have run then, but I was weak in a way that has nothing to do with muscle." "Let me see if it sees," I said, and before Aunt could tear my ear off, I slid my hand through the seam and pressed my palm flat against the film. The resin was cool, almost affectionate. For a heartbeat, nothing changed. Then the malanthrope paused, turned, tilted, drifted closer. Its cowl cracked outward just a little. The air smelled of old salt and funeral herbs that had never grown on this world. The filaments over the seated heads trembled as if passing on a rumor. The malanthrope's feeder spines extended and touched the film where my hand lay. Cold needled the scar by my ribs, where a lictor had once written its initials. The hum dinned in my skull, and then, for the first time, I heard not pressure, not lullaby, but meaning. Not words, meaning, like hunger translated into weather. Mark, repeat, variations. Observe panic threshold for subject cluster 5. Aunt yanked me back and slapped me so hard the world sharpened. "Not your head," she hissed. "Not your stories. Not for them." She pulled me away by the collar and the ash-haired girl shuffled after with the twins strung like beads behind her. Our little family of refusals. We left the curtain wall and the room of polite theft, and did not speak until the hum receded into its normal ubiquity. Then the twins, in a single voice they had never used before, asked, "Are we their stories now?" "Yes," I said, "because there are gifts only truth can make, and we can tell ours badly." So we began to practice sabotage of the only kind available to us. When we found a new bait tunnel, we did not simply avoid it. We rearranged the objects. The ration tin we moved from the center to the dark edge. The scarf we stuffed in a crack near a grating that moaned softly as if calling. The rope we tied into a loop that suggested snare but functioned as nothing. If eyes were counting which hunger won, let them miscount. When we crossed a crossroads that stank of blood-bred smoke, we held our breath, walked backward, then forward, then in a crooked rhythm that would look like panic where there was only play. When a speaker whispered lies about shuttles, we nodded eagerly, and moved away with deliberate cheer, telling jokes to no one about packed lunches and aisle seats. The ash-haired girl practiced a smile that was ugly and soft at once and flashed it at every trumpet lip we passed. Aunt began to hum a hymn we had not heard since we were children, but she hummed it off the beat, the way an old machine continues to work after losing a tooth. The twins, instructed carefully, cried for toys at random intervals so that the Hive's taste tests for grief could not find an honest sample. I do not boast. We were not clever enough to outthink a sky of stomachs, but mischief is its own grace, and for a day, evening, breath span, the experiments around us grew noisy. A spore vent coughed at the wrong moment and filled an empty corridor with gas no one breathed. A curtain wall yawned for us and found no subject willing to enter. A guard beast dropped from a ceiling onto a decoy frame of coat and wire. The twins had wrestled into a man shape and shredded it with professional zeal, while we slid past along a pipe. It felt like blasphemy, which in the mouth is almost the same as laughter. The hum drew nearer, irritated or curious. Good, come close, listen to our wrong steps. But the Hive does not remain offended. It learns. Evening breath night. It corrected the syllabus. The next corridor with polite gifts presented 2 scarves, one folded, one tied like a sling. The choice was no longer between appetite and discipline, but between kinds of mercy. Aunt looked at me. I looked at the ash-haired girl. We passed by. The trumpet lips remained open, patient. Record, refusal in presence of doubled liver. The next crossroad offered 4 smells. Record, confusion threshold. The next curtain wall revealed a room with seated bodies and, above them, a new creature. Not a malanthrope, not a zoanthrope, but a Tyranid warrior, with a spinal rig of capillary veils like a scholar dressed for a wedding. It held no gun. It did not need one. It watched the seated, as one might watch a pot. It turned its head toward us, before we made a sound. Yes, you see us, we see each other too. We retreated into a sub-basement, whose floor was a palimpsest of old chalked work notes and newer resin gloss. The ash-haired girl curled against the wall and slept without apology, mouth open, a line of dried blood on her chin, where earlier she had bitten her lip to stay in this world. The twins took turns knitting nothing with wire, while Aunt drew a square on the floor and put a pebble in one corner and said, "This is bread, this is water, this is a door we will not use, this is the lump in your throat, you must swallow, and will not." I watched the map of our defiance and pretended it could feed us. In the small hours that only bone knows, a shadow fell across the doorway. I was awake because my body had forgotten how not to be. The shape that entered was not chitin. It was human. A man in a shredded long coat with a rebreather pressed to his mouth, eyes raw, movements too smooth for the wreckage he wore. He held his hands out in the posture of beggars and saints. "Don't be afraid," he said. The words were correct in the way a song is correct when played by a machine that learned to love the notes but not the pauses. The twins' wire knitting stopped. The ash-haired girl stirred. Aunt did not move. I stood. The man took a step closer. "I found a way out. I've been watching you. You're the quiet ones, the ones who don't die loud." My scalp crawled. The hum behind his sentences was wrong, not pressure from everywhere, but a low purr located in his chest. The rebreather did not fog. His coat did not drip. His eyes never blinked. He looked at each of us in turn with an interest not unkind, and then returned to me, as if I were the subject line. "I can help." He extended a hand. The palm was clean in a world that had forgotten the concept. "Show me," I said, and smiled at the ash-haired girl's ugly soft smile. And when he turned I saw it. The coil of feeder filaments stitched along his spine like a second catechism, pulsing faintly with the tempo of the hum. Not a puppet, a limb, a hypothesis wrapped in the shape of kin. He led us into a side passage I had not seen, speaking low, his stories constructed of gift phrases, fresh air, upper vents, storerooms intact. The ash-haired girl gripped my sleeve. Her fingers said no. Aunt's belt tugged. The twins' wire fell soundlessly. The man paused at a corner and looked back with an expression of practiced concern. "We have to hurry." The patrols, hurry to what? Aunt asked, the words flat as a hand on a table. He blinked then, for the first time, and in the instant of the blink, the filaments along his back tightened. You don't want to be out when they sweep. His voice had learned the shape of fear without the sweat of it. We are never out, I said, and raised my hand and pointed to the ceiling where a trumpet lip hung like a listening tulip. But perhaps they want to see whether we still follow a voice. I walked toward him with emptiness in my posture, and when I was close enough to smell nothing at all, no skin, no iron, only that too clean absence, I reached for his rebreather and plucked it away. The mouth beneath was beautiful in the way surgical instruments are beautiful. No breath came from it. The hum increased a little. The man smiled, gentle and priestly, and his teeth were decent and human and entirely wrong inside that silence. The filaments flexed, testing. He set a hand on my shoulder with a weight meant to reassure and discovered my scar instead. The place a lictor had opened me, and something like irritation moved through his posture. You are wasting their time, Aunt said, which was the first time I had considered that time could be a resource we could damage. She stepped past me and placed herself between the man and the twins and the ash-haired girl. Go take notes somewhere else. The man's eyes softened with an artistry that would have made a choir weep. He backed away, palms up. Another time, he said, as if promising sweets. Another test. The filaments coiled. He turned and walked into the dark, and the trumpet lip above us closed like a mouth. We sat shaking afterward, the way a harness shakes after the horse stops. Do we win, doing that? The ash-haired girl asked, not unkind. We do not let them choose our verbs, Aunt said. We moved less after that, not hiding, refusing to be available. When we had to cross a monitored space, we did so in pairs that changed each time so the hive could not fix us into comfortable diagrams. When the lullaby rolled in, we countered with ugliness. We farted. We scraped. We coughed phlegm onto resin with deliberation. We told rude stories about tech priests and their cables that made even the twins snort. When the experiments offered pity bait, child voices calling through cleverly muffled vents, we answered with each other's names spoken in a rhythm that declared belonging in defiance. My name, Aunt's name, the ash-haired girl's name, the twins' not names we had made to keep the hive from owning the true ones, repeated until the hive air sounded like it was full of a handful of stubborn stones. Did the hive lose interest? No. Interest does not tire when it fills a sky, but it shifted. The baits thinned. The patrols thickened. The lictors stopped tasting the air and began cutting it again. We had a different question, not what will they choose, but what will they do when the menu is removed. The answer, embarrassingly human, was we falter, we fight each other, we cling. One evening breath night, the twins in a spiral of argument about whose turn it was to wear the coat against a wind that lived down there now, shoved at the same time, and went down hard. The ash-haired girl reached to pull them up, and the floor snapped into teeth around her wrist, a mouth clever enough to wait for love. The bite did not sever. It was held. The hum poured in like a voice at the bedside. She looked at me, not pleading, not brave, only present, and I understood that the hive's patience had ended. We pulled. We used the wire. We hammered the gums with my spike. Ant put both hands on the ash-haired girl's forearm and spoke to her bones. Stay. The twins sobbed and cursed in the same syllable. The mouth relented a fraction, and then tightened, delighted by the note of panic that bled into the room. A lictor's scent arrived. Butcher honey. The trumpet lips opened. All of them, a field of flowers anticipating rain. The ash-haired girl's eyes rolled white, and then focused on my mouth. Tell me numbers, she said. So I did, fast and done. The arithmetic of a childhood that had tasted like chalk. 7 times table, 9 times, 11, up to a mercy. The conversion of sacks to lots, lots to tracks, tracks to shifts, shifts to days that no longer meant anything. Ant layered over me, whispering a market chant for selling bolts by weight. The twins, through snot and fury, recited a curse against foremen that was really a poem about sleeping late. The ash-haired girl breathed with the numbers, and the mouth's pressure hesitated. as if trying to find purchase on something that refused to be emotional, refused to be edible. In that stutter, I drove the spike until it met bone beneath resin, and the mouth let go to preserve its own gums. We tumbled backward, wrecked and intact, and the lictor's scent receded with a dry, annoyed scrape. The trumpet lips closed without a meal. The hum dimmed, petty. After, we lay on our backs and laughed the kind of laughter that leaves bruises. "They're going to change the test again," the ash-haired girl said, cradling her bandaged wrist like a rescued bird. "Let them," Ant replied. "We'll teach them boredom." We did not. Boredom belongs to the safe. What we taught, perhaps, was expense. Each hour they watched us was an hour. A warrior had to stand where it would rather slash. A malanthrope had to taste instead of drain. A lictor had to hold still instead of writing its name in our meat. In the ledger I keep without paper, cost is the only column I still understand.
Ops.
We made ourselves expensive to understand. That is not victory. It is delayed, but a delay is a handkerchief thrown over a mirror. For the time it hangs there you cannot see what will take you. On the last night of that watching, last for us, not for them, the sky above the manufacturing district changed its note. The bioships lowered vanes so thick the air around them went tide-shaped. The towers beat like beasts indulging in the nap after gorge. A new hum folded beneath the old one, a base of decision. Tests concluded, data sufficient. I felt the attention lift in the tiniest degree, the way a cat checks another room when its mouse plays dead convincingly. It would return. They always return. But for that breath, their eyes had elsewhere to count. We moved, not because there was anywhere to go, but because stillness is applause. Under a stair, along a pipe, through a scene that punished us for fitting, we broke into a corridor that had survived the century and the week both. The air there smelled briefly like dust instead of intention. The ash-haired girl pressed her forehead to the wall and laughed without sound. Aunt touched each of us as if checking whether we were solid. The twins sniffed and spat, and declared in their joined voice that the coat was now officially bad luck, and must be shared by no one and everyone, which is a doctrine I recognize from ancient churches and new families. Behind us a malanthrope slid from a vent and hung, tasting the place where we had been. It turned toward where we were going, considered, and turned away. The trumpet lips stayed shut. The lictors kept their knives for a moment longer. The hive mind had made a note, and filed it and moved the page marker. It had watched, and we had performed badly enough that it felt no joy. I want to say that being studied gave us back a sliver of dignity, but that is a lie for the living. What it gave us was a shape to push against. It gave us the knowledge that we were not only prey, but subjects, and subjects can scribble in margins, can smudge ink, can stain a page with an ugly thumb. We were still cattle. Humans are treated like units of fear, surveyed, weighed, tagged. We were also clerks, petty and mean, knocking over the inkwell when the supervisor turned his head. Both can be true. In that narrow truth we kept walking, our pockets full of wrong numbers, and our mouths ready to bite the next soft lie that wore a human throat. The hive's gaze slid on, and for a handful of breaths that tasted like dust, we were not interested. We moved in that uninterest like thieves in the hall between patrols, not free, never free, but unsupervised. And I will take that. I will take that small and temporary night, and write it down until the page runs out. There are no words in the tongues of men that can fully hold what the hive builds when it grows hungry enough. We called them the mills because our language has nothing better, because we have known mills since the dawn of harvests, stones grinding grain, gears chewing meat. But what the hive built was not industry. It was an appetite given form. The entrance yawned where a manufactorum once stood, its walls reshaped into organic ribs, its conveyor lines still running but no longer carrying ore or ammunition. Instead, they bore us. Chains of resin gripped wrists and ankles. Pheromone mist thickened the air until every breath stank of acid and bile. The hive had no need of overseers. The walls themselves moved, corralling us forward with slow contractions, each pulse nudging us one step closer to the machines that were not machines. I remember the sound first. It was not the roar of engines. It was a wet, constant chewing, as though the planet itself had grown teeth and was masticating. Beneath it ran the keening of thousands, screams muffled by resin mufflers, moans stretched thin by exhaustion, prayers rasped into the void, and woven through it all, the hum of the hive mind, content, patient, a butcher humming as he sharpened his blade.
Off.
The conveyor lines split us. Some were pushed onto narrow belts of muscle fiber that dragged them toward pools bubbling with digestive acid. They kicked, they begged, they twisted until their skin peeled from the heat. The pools hissed as flesh melted into slurry, and the smell of it, sweet, cloying, unmistakably human, filled every pore. Others were pulled toward chambers where hollow tubes waited, sliding down throats, veins, marrow. I watched a woman strapped beneath one, her arms thrashing until resin pierced her shoulders and held her still. The tube slithered into her chest like a parasite and began to drink. Her body shrank, skin sagging against bones until all that remained was a husk deflated like a wineskin. The husk twitched once and was discarded onto a growing pile of others. Children were not spared. They were placed carefully, almost tenderly, onto belts where their small frames could be broken down whole, swallowed into presses of cartilage and sinew. Their cries were high-pitched, sharp enough to cut through the raw, but brief, always brief. And then there were the ones processed alive. That was where the hive showed its perfection. Not wasteful, never wasteful. It kept them conscious as conveyor hooks pierced their limbs, dragging them across rows of spines that flensed flesh in layers, each strip coiling into organic pipes. Nerves were left intact, deliberately, so that the victims could feel themselves unmade piece by piece. Their screams became part of the rhythm. I tried not to look, tried to shut my eyes, but every sound forced them open again. I saw a man I had known once in the Habs, a smelter, his arms once thick with muscle, reduced to strands of meat while his eyes stayed wide, aware, begging without words. His mouth opened and closed, shaping names that no one could answer. The mill swallowed him, and still the eyes pleaded until they too were stripped. The hive made no distinction. Men, women, soldiers, priests, children, each was biomass, each was protein, each was fuel for the fleet above. Yet even in its efficiency, there was cruelty. For the hive did not kill quickly when it could savor fear. It did not silence voices when it could fold their last screams into its hum. I do not know how long I stood in line, my body shivering, my mind breaking against the inevitability. The air was thick with vapor, acrid and sweet, every breath a reminder that I was already being digested. Some collapsed before their turn came. The walls shifted, lifted them, delivered them onward regardless. None escaped, but one moment remained sharper than all others. A priest, skeletal with hunger, still clutching a broken aquila, was dragged toward the flensing racks. He lifted the icon and shouted, not prayers, not hymns, but curses. He spat venom at the hive, damning it, damning the galaxy that allowed it. His voice cracked into shrieks, but still he cursed until the first blade split his chest. And even then, what poured from him was not prayer, not surrender, but rage. The hive seemed to pause, as if listening, before the racks tore him apart. I remember that pause. I remember the hum deepening, as if the hive mind itself had tilted its head, curious. And then the conveyor moved again. I was next. The hive does not understand prayer, or perhaps it does, and that is why it leaves the faithful alive longer than the rest, so that faith itself can be broken down and tasted. We found him in the ruins of what had once been a chapel, though ruin was generous. The walls had grown ribs, the altars sagged into pools of ichor, and the stained glass had been devoured, leaving only frames dripping with resin. Yet there he stood, a priest of the emperor, robes tattered, bones visible beneath skin, his crozius shattered into a stick of rusting metal. His voice was cracked, his body trembling, but he would not stop. Children of man, he cried, though only a few dozen gaunt faces remained to hear him. The emperor does not abandon. He tests, he purifies, This horror is his crucible, and through it, we will be remade. No one believed him. Not anymore. We had seen the mills, seen the pools, seen the sky itself become a mouth, but still he spoke, dragging words out of a throat already bleeding from overuse. Perhaps he did not believe himself either. Perhaps he simply could not stop, because to stop was to accept silence, and silence was worse than death. The hive left him there. That was the strangest truth. The Tyranids who tore apart every barricade, who hunted every heartbeat, who left no scrap of flesh unclaimed, passed him by. Gaunts padded through the wreckage, their claws clicking like knives against bone flooring, but none touched him. Gargoyles wheeled above, venom dripping, but none descended. Even the rippers that swarmed in sewers avoided his pulpit. He screamed sermons into a void that would not silence him. Some survivors gathered at first, clinging to the ember of his voice, desperate to believe that someone still stood against the dark. But when the next spore burst, when the next brood of gaunts swept a district clean, when the mills ground their families into slurry, they drifted away. The priest's words grew smaller each day, echoing through emptier pews until only the dead sat to listen. I returned once, days later, pulled by some masochistic need to see if he still lived. He did. His body was skeletal, his lips cracked into blackened lines, his hands clinging to the aquila that had already rotted in half. He was starving, but the hive would not take him. His stomach was a pit, but his lungs still dragged out one more prayer, one more curse, one more promise, but salvation lingered. And I understood then. The hive was not sparing him. The hive was using him. His faith was food, just as much as his flesh. Every word he spoke was absorbed by the psychic hum, tested, tasted, broken down. The hive mind dissected belief itself, feeding not on his body but on his devotion. When I left him, he was still preaching, though no one was left to hear. His voice rasped in broken syllables, each syllable thinner than the last. He would not stop. He could not stop. And one day, when his voice finally fell silent, not because the hive killed him, but because his body gave out, the silence would be devoured too. The last faithful man on the planet would die, not in defiance, not in victory, but in futility. And the hive would hum contentedly, for it had consumed faith just as it had consumed flesh. The end did not come like a battle. It did not thunder with artillery or blaze with banners. It came quietly, inevitably, like a lung collapsing, like a heart stuttering to silence. We had believed there were strongholds left, pockets of defense clinging to hablocks or manufactorums, whispers of Arbeit still holding choke points, rumors of the PDF reorganizing. But when the hive decided it was time, those illusions dissolved like flesh in the pools. The last refuges fell in a single tide. It began with the towers. The capillary spires that had spread across the ruins pulsed harder, their roots drilling deep until the ground itself bled nutrient ichor. Streets collapsed into pits of seething biomass. Entire blocks sank like ships into an ocean of hunger. Those who ran found no footing, just floors liquefying beneath their boots, resin pulling them into the soil's gullet. The gaunts came next, not in waves but in a carpet, black carapaces overlapping, talons like knives drawn against stone. They didn't charge. They didn't need to. They walked step by step, shoulder to shoulder, a creeping inevitability that filled every alley. Civilians who had once hidden in corners found themselves boxed in, no room left to breathe, and above the sky opened. Gargoyles poured down like the storm of a dying sun, blotting what remained of light. Their wings spread shadows across everything. They snatched those who tried to climb, tore apart those who tried to scatter. Some survivors raised weapons, stubbers, lasguns stolen from the dead, but their shots did nothing against the endless swarm. The air became knives and shrieks and shredded hope. We were herded as cattle are herded to slaughter, not to safety, not to salvation, to the pools. They ringed them with living barricades, bodies of monsters forming walls that pressed us forward until the only path was into the seething pits. The pools bubbled and hissed, their surfaces iridescent with the oils of liquefied humanity. Rippers lined the edges, snapping their maws, ready to chew down what scraps remained. I saw families trying to cling to one another as they were pushed forward, a mother lifting her child above her head as if that would spare him, a soldier pressing a grenade into his chest, only for the resin that gripped him to choke the detonator before it could spark. A priest, perhaps not the last, perhaps just another, holding up a cracked aquila and whispering, not with hope, but with exhaustion. They all went in. We all went in. The pools accepted us with a sound that was not water but hunger. Flesh melted on contact. Bones cracked, softened, dissolved. Voices rose in one final chorus of shrieks until even the shrieks became gurgles. The hive drank every syllable. Nothing was wasted. And yet, not all were killed quickly. Some were held back. The hive seemed to savor this. A dozen here, a score there, pulled from the herd and pinned against resin walls, left to watch as the others sank. We screamed, begged, and cursed. The hive hummed back, low and patient, like an ocean responding to a single drop. It wanted us to see, to know, to understand that there was no rescue, no last stand, no chance of survival, that even memory was dissolving. When the last pool boiled over, when the last body liquefied into the slurry that climbed the veins of the towers toward the sky, the hum deepened. Above us, the bioships swelled, their bellies glowing as they drank the lifeblood of the planet. Our world, our lives, our families, all gone, all food, all fuel. The final assimilation was not just of flesh, it was of history, of memory, of every word we had ever spoken. For what are we, if not biomass wrapped in memory? And the hive took both. Those who lived to watch became nothing but witnesses, and even witnesses are food in the end. The world was gone, we were gone, and the hive was full. The hive does not stop when the flesh is gone. It reaches deeper. It hungers for more than bodies. It hungers for what bodies carry, the ghosts of thought, the warmth of memory, the delicate threads of what it means to be human. We were few then, scattered among the bones of the Hive City, living shadows against a world that was already stripped bare. There was no sun anymore, only the black ceiling of Tyranid bioships and the pulsing towers that funneled oceans into the sky. We had seen everything devoured, every friend melted into slurry, every child turned into bait or pulp, but still we clung to ourselves. We whispered names in the dark, as if speaking them aloud could keep them from being forgotten. And then the whispers changed. It began as dreams. In the stolen seconds when exhaustion finally dragged us down, we would hear voices. Not the chittering of gaunts or the hissing of gargoyles. No, it was our mothers, our lovers, our children. Voices we knew, voices we trusted. Voices that begged, come home, come rest. The pain is over now. Just let go. We woke screaming, but the dreams returned the next night and the night after. Always different voices, always someone we had lost. Some of us tried to stay awake. Some of us cut our own ears, hoping blood would block the sound. But the hive does not need ears. The psychic pressure grew heavier each day. It was in the ground. It was in the air. It was inside us. At first we whispered to each other, "Don't listen." Then we stopped whispering, because the hive was listening too. Words themselves became dangerous, every syllable stolen, every thought stripped from us as soon as it left our lips. One of us, Marek, a miner from the lower levels, started answering back. At first he resisted. He cursed the voices, screamed that he would never surrender. But the hive is patient. His curses softened into questions. His questions turned into murmurs. And one night, he walked out of the shelter. We followed him. We had to. He walked with a smile, his face slack, as if he had finally found peace. He walked to the pools. He walked straight into the sludge, never flinching as it swallowed him. The hive hummed louder that night. Others followed, one by one, slipping away like sleepwalkers. It wasn't only dreams. The hive reached deeper. It began pulling memories. I would try to recall the face of my sister and find it gone. I would clutch at the memory of my father's voice, and it would echo strangely, like it was no longer mine. Every time I tried to hold them, they unraveled. The hive was taking them. One woman slit her wrists rather than let it feed on her. But even her death was not hers. As the blood poured out, the hive absorbed the last thought she carried, the name of her child. And that child's name joined the chorus in our heads, calling us to join. That was the cruelest horror. It was not enough to kill us. The hive wanted to erase us, not just our bodies, not just our words, our very selves. We began forgetting things we should never have forgotten. The name of our planet, the taste of food, the color of the Emperor's standard. I can no longer recall my own name as I write this. Perhaps I never had one. Perhaps it was consumed long ago. And in the silence of our unraveling, we understood this was victory. Not the devouring of our flesh, not the crumbling of our cities, but the hollowing of our minds, until nothing remained but echoes inside the hive. The hive mind did not kill us, it became us, and in becoming us, it ensured that even memory would serve its hunger. Silence arrived like weather that had been forming beyond the horizon while we were busy dying. It did not fall all at once. It thickened between noises we had always trusted to stitch the world together. Footsteps, breath, the clatter of dropped metal. And when those threads finally snapped, there was no report, no ceremonial crack, only the sense that sound had learned to hold its breath. I woke into it, and for a long while could not tell if I had gone deaf or if the planet had. The digestion pools still moved, their skins trembling with bubbles that blossomed and folded, but the hiss that had once carried through corridors was now the quiet lick of thick liquid turning itself over. The capillary towers still beat, the light in their veins rose and fell like the slow flash of a sleeping predator's eye, but even their pulses had lost their throb and settled into a pressure that lived under hearing like a bruise you can't see. When I pressed my palm to the resin floor, it shook back at me in a patient rhythm. The hive had eaten the orchestra and left only the metronome. There had been a time when the city announced every death with ceremony, screams with edges chittering that climbed ladders of pitch, metal shouting against stone as something larger than streets pushed its way through. Now the kills happened inside the silence like thoughts you don't admit to yourself. A gaunt would step into a doorway, remove the moving thing inside and step out again, already forgetting the shape of it. A lictor would write its precise letter across a back and retract the pen. The body would fold in a tidy way that did not disturb the dust, and the dust had learned to lay itself down again before you could breathe it in. Rippers still worked, but their clicking was swallowed by the floors that had turned thick with mucus patience. You saw the wake they left, a narrowing ripple of red and darker red, and then even the ripple closed and the floor declared it had never been water. I tested the silence the way you test a tooth that has stopped hurting and might hurt again. I coughed. The cough landed on my tongue like a coin and did not roll. I said a name, not mine, because that had frayed away into a thread I held with 2 fingers and refused to show to light, but a name I had once used to close a door gently. Sister. The syllables came out like breath that had chosen shape for a moment and then regretted it. Even the old habit of cursing failed me. Blasphemy requires echoes to feel like defiance, and there were no echoes left. The air accepted offerings and returned no change. I walked. Where there had been survivors, there were arrangements, not of bodies. The hive had no interest in leaving protein to dry, but of impressions, stains, the faint polish of hands that had slid along resin trying to remember how to climb. A chapel exhaled the last breath of incense from stones that no longer deserved it. The pulpit was a smooth outcrop, and the spot where the last faithful had stood was only a difference in shine, a gloss like the memory of a footprint. Outside, banners that had once snapped with bravado lay under a glaze of secretions and looked like tongues that had finally found reason to lie still. The pools occupied the old plaza as if that had been their destiny since the city was sketched. Basins sunk deeper than basements, their rims grown with low lips that never splashed. They burped, but politely. Steam rose in sheets that did not hiss, only wrote clouds in the air and folded them away again. Every few minutes, if minutes still had rights here, a feeder vein dipped into one, drank and withdrew with the economy of a well-run household. No rippers lingered at the edges, snapping like gossip. They had moved on to somewhere sound still paid them. Or perhaps the mills had decided to wind down their petty cash collection and rely on direct deposits. The pools did not stink anymore. Fresh horror has a smell. Old horror sits with its napkin folded and waits to be excused from the table. The towers preened in the distance. Their surfaces glowed in slow tides, a biolumin calm that declared the ledger balanced, intake above expenditure, reserves comfortable, expansion ahead of schedule. They pierced the sky, and the sky did not bleed, because it had already been replaced with something that knew how to clot. The bioships hung like punctuation at the end of a sentence we had been forced to read one letter at a time, heavy, patient, a grammar of hunger. Once they had groaned with the weight of the air they drank, now their tendrils moved with the ease of a siphon that has found its level. Above them there were no stars, below there were no birds. Between, the silence carried like law. Animals had always narrated the city. Rats gossiping in gutters, pigeons holding committee on wires, dogs telling jokes in alleys that no one understood, but everyone laughed at for the sound of it. Now the only small lives belonged to the hive's little janitors, mite things with translucent armor that polished resin with their bellies, slender worms that tasted the air and, finding it satisfactory, made more air of the same. Their work had a sound I could not quite hear even when I pressed my ear to the floor until the bruise began to rhythm again. You can go mad, trying to listen to what has chosen not to be audible. Perhaps I did. The madness was quiet, anyway, which felt polite under the circumstances. A corridor of shops had become a throat. I paced it like an idea that refuses to leave. Here and there, objects the hive had never learned to eat lay like nouns in a sentence the world had forgotten how to read. A cracked lens, a spool of wire, a child's shoe with the heel trodden down from too much hurry. I lifted the shoe. It felt heavy with feet, though it was empty, and I understood that even weight had been learning from the hive. I set it down on a shelf grown from bone, and waited for the shelf to object. It didn't. The shoe sat like an old king whose kingdom had been filed away, but who still insisted on sitting at the head of a table no one set anymore. I left it that dignity. It cost me nothing. At an intersection where four roads came together to complain about each other, the hive had grown a listening flower. Its trumpet was closed, not because there was nothing to hear, but because there was no need. It would open again if I offered it something worth quantifying. I imagined leaning in and whispering jokes into it. Bad ones, the kind you tell as a child to see whether rules bend. Two servitors walk into a shrine. One says error, the other says error, the priest says error, the incense says I was here first. I imagined the flower opening at the punchline, and the stalk tilting toward the nearest lictor, with the calm of a clerk bringing a form to be signed. I bowed to it, and moved on, and it did not bow back. Courtesy had been eaten too. I stepped through a door that remembered how to swing and found a room that could not decide whether it was an office or a mouth. Tables had softened into platforms, shelves into ridges. In the corner, a ledger lay half swallowed, its pages splayed like a tongue. I pried it loose, page by page, each sheet giving a wet noise that was more feeling than sound. The ink had run, and reading it was like trying to tell a future from tea leaves in a cup that keeps refilling. A few lines remained, shipments, weights, names crossed out. I added a mark with a nail I kept for small blasphemies. The nail scratched the page and the scratch resounded in my hand without making noise in the air. I did not know what I had tallied. You can love numbers after they stop being useful. It keeps your hands from learning worse habits. I found another human then. Or rather, I found the space where a human had convinced the air to remember its shape for a time. A bed of rags, a circle of small objects arranged into a sermon of absence, a ring that would never fit again, a ration key whose teeth had been filed into nothing by hopeful tongues, a bit of mirror blackened at one edge by fire. There were no bones. The hive had learned to erase without leftovers. I sat on my heels and rebuilt their face from the angles of the things they had kept: stubborn mouth, careful eyes, a finger that curved in a way that made the ring nip and made them wear it anyway. When I stood, I put each object back in its place, and the place accepted them with that new dim politeness. We bury in lines when we have earth. When we have only rooms, we curate. The lullaby that had once haunted us, sleep songs itself, felt far away now, like a rumor told in a village you never visited. The pressure still lived in the marrow, but it was no longer seduced, it was measured. It stamped each space with the word accounted and moved along. I realized how much of the old noise had been made by us, by fear, by running, by the refusal to die on schedule. Take away the refusals and the schedule keeps time without complaint. We had become punctual. The hive likes punctuality. In a tunnel that had discovered verticality and risen to meet it, I met wind. Not a real wind with edges and little stones to carry, a suggestion of motion through air that had grown thick as thought. It slid past my face and did not ruffle hair that had become too tired to lift. In it, for a moment, was the taste of salt, and I thought of oceans, then remembered that even the name of our sea had been drunk. I tried to summon its color and found only a bruise. Perhaps it had always been that. Hope does tricks with pigment. I tried once more to scream, not as a signal. There were no allies left to signal, but as a monument. Noise had been our statue, the way we marked a place with ourselves. I opened my throat and assembled air behind vowels and pushed. The effort hurts, the way remembering hurts when you have let the furniture of a memory be taken piece by piece and now try to sit on a chair without legs. A rasp came out and fell at my feet. I picked it up in both hands, and it slid through my fingers like a fish that has learned to be river again. I laughed. The laugh made a shape in my chest and didn't leave. It felt like a secret I could keep from the hive for half a breath. That was something, and something had become currency I could still count. If there were others in the silence, and there must have been, a handful, a line of stubborns in rooms I hadn't checked, they did the same arithmetic. Save your steps for climbs. Save your breath for names spoken inside your skull where the hive can hear them anyway, but at least has to lean in. Save your hands for carrying, not bodies, not anymore, just the weight of decisions. Move when the tower's dim, because dim is a lie, but it is a lie that makes shadows a little thicker. Avoid flowers that open toward you. They have learned your face and want to practice. Step where resin remembers feet. The memory itself has become a cushion. Eat nothing. Drink only from places where the air shows you the mercy of condensation. Sleep when your legs veto your spine. Dream, if you must, of rooms without walls, and pretend you do not hear the hum writing itself in the beams. I do not know how long the silence lasted before it became the only tense I could use. When I woke, if waking is different now from moving, I no longer had to tell myself to be quiet. Quiet had moved in, and was paying the rent. The tower's pulses set the schedule for the heart. The pool's wrinkling taught the lungs their new measure. Above, the bioships shifted slightly, the way a sleeper shifts after eating. They arranged their tendrils like a woman fixing her hair in a mirror that has been taught to be more generous. Somewhere very far away, a structure collapsed, and the dust that rose did not make noise. It moved like a hand falling back onto a bed. Once more I went to the place where the stars had been. The ceiling of the sky hung close enough that I felt I could push at it and stretch it with my palm. The ships' bellies glowed with the contentment of fed beasts. Their shadows were not hungry anymore. They had become furniture. The hum under the silence counted itself, and if I had been able to write the number down I would have. It was big. It was not infinite. The difference between those two is important to people like me, and perhaps to no one else. At the edge of a plaza that had learned to be a basin, I found a tendril that had not yet found work to do. It lay coiled like a hose abandoned by a careful laborer who meant to return. I sat beside it and pretended it was a person whose language I might learn if I were patient. I told it, silently, because conversation is a bird we have put a cloth over, that once there had been a woman who could name the seasons by the taste of the dust, that once there had been a man who could keep a chain running with one ear pressed to the floor, that once there had been a child who had never learned to be afraid of bells. The tendril did not answer. It lifted its tip and waved once, tasting for orders, and when none arrived it rested again. Its weight was more eloquent than our words had ever been. It said, "I have purpose when called." I said, "So did we." Somewhere in the middle of that conversation, a microfauna cleaner crept over my boot and licked at the crack where the leather had learned to remember my steps. Its tiny mouth left the boot brighter than it had found it. I considered stamping on it. There is always the child in us who wants to make noise, however he can, but it has earned its quiet. I let it move on. Mercy has become cheap here. There is no audience. I have made a habit. This is a confession. I permit myself to scratch one mark for each silence that feels like a day. I do not know if the counts are honest. The resin heals if you press hard. So I scratch on things the hive refuses to eat. Rusted pipe, the bone-smooth edge of a broken rail, the inside of my boot when the old leather allows itself to be written on. The marks are small, ungenerous. They do not line up into calendars. I do not circle them and call them months. When I die, which is a verb that has misplaced its object but will find it, the marks will be a line that stops rather than a star that goes out. I think that's all a line ever wanted. Once, while making a mark on the rail, I saw motion in the periphery, not the slick, confident glide of a lictor, not the efficient scuttle of a gaunt, but the hesitant half-step of someone deciding whether to keep being. I turned and saw a woman whose face was not a memory, but also not an introduction. She looked at me, and I looked at her, and we both lifted a hand, the palm a sign that once meant pause and now means I am not a test you must pass. We did not speak. She pointed toward a tunnel and shook her head. I nodded. She pointed toward a vent and showed 2 fingers. I nodded again. We stood in that traffic of signs for the space of 3 heartbeats. Mine, the towers, the planets, and then she folded back into the architecture of not being noticed. It was a conversation that made no sound and consumed no oxygen, and I loved it more than any sermon I've ever had used on me. It would be pretty to say that the silence became peace. It did not. It became true. Screams had been our attempt at translation, turning terror into a language that could be heard by ears that could not help. Without ears, we stopped translating. The hive does not require our interpretations. It has its own. The only word it needs is the one the towers beat, and the pools breathe, and the ships hang heavy with enough. Not yet, past tense. The work continues, but enough for now. The metronome keeps time. The city, reduced to a mouth and a stomach and a set of veins, digests with dignity. If there is an ending, it will not be a sound. It will be the moment when the hum folds back into whatever in the void passes for sleep. The towers will draw down their light to embers. The pools will crust over with a film that will peel away like scab and be eaten again by something grateful to be allowed. The ships will lift, the way clouds lift when the wind remembers a direction, and the ceiling will learn to be sky again for another world. Our marks on rail and boot will be erased by cleaners with bellies for steel. The rooms will unremember our names, which they never truly consented to anyway. The listening flowers will close and the trumpet mouths will be used to breathe other people's errors. The shoe will be eaten at last, when the hive has time for nostalgia. Until then, I write this with a nail on the back of an old panel that the resin can't take and the cleaners ignore. Letters close together because space costs, words pressed hard because ink left when the last shopkeeper died, and I wasn't there to keep him till. No one will read it. The hive will smell it and know where to send the smallest of its helpful mouths. But the act of pressing shapes into stubborn matter is a noise the silence can't quite deny. When I stop, the metronome continues. It does not mind my accompaniment. I add a line to the rail and the rail hums back under the skin with its learned heart. The sound does not travel. It doesn't have to. I feel it in my hand, and that is what hands were for. We rented them out to fear. No screams remain. Not because mercy came, but because mercy, like cruelty, is a word with teeth, and the hive's mouth made teeth obsolete. The digestion pools turn over, the towers lift and lower their lights, the ships hang and drink, and between those great sounds of intention there is a silence wide enough to lay a planet on. If you stand very still you can hear it and choose what to forget next. If you close your eyes you can take it for a beat, a long one, the kind that makes your chest ache for breath and then gives it back. I take that breath, I hold it, I let it go without ceremony. The hum remains. The last page of the world was turned without hands. The oceans did not boil or roar as they departed. They were siphoned, drawn up vein by vein into the patient bellies above until they ceased to remember they had ever been water. The land that remained had no color of its own, only the bruised sheen of resin stretched thin and cracked where too much had been taken too quickly. Mountains were planned down into ridges, valleys filled in until even memory could not separate them. A flat, husk skin stretched where once there had been nations and prayers and noises too stubborn to die. Now there was only stillness, deep and absolute, as if the planet had joined the stars in learning silence. The hive did not linger. Its work here was complete. Every resource weighed, measured, and digested. What remained was not abandonment, it was punctuation. A full stop. Bioships loomed for one final moment, their shadows vast enough to crush continents without touch, and then lifted into the void, trailing nothing, promising nothing, leaving nothing. The capillary towers crumbled inward with eerie grace, returning the last stolen height back to ground that would never again know soil. The digestion pools congealed into dark glass, no longer steaming, no longer hungry, their surfaces mirrors that reflected only absence. No birds returned to the sky. No insects survived to inherit the cracks. The air was stale, carrying no voices, no breath, no hint that lungs had ever risen and fallen here. All signs of resistance, of faith, of rage, of humanity, had been not merely destroyed but overwritten. To walk these plains now, if anyone could, would be to wander a library after every book had been burned, the ash swept away, and the shelves nailed shut. There were no ruins left to be haunted. Even ghosts require anchors, and the hive had eaten those too. What lingered was a feeling pressed into the marrow of stone, not sorrow, not triumph, not even hunger. Only inevitability, the echo of an event so total it left the world itself without language. The testimony survives only as static. A recording carried far beyond the system, broken and fragmentary, a last voice caught in the teeth of collapse. It does not plead. It does not hope. It only insists. This is what happens to civilians when the hive comes. The words crackle, distort, fade, and then collapse into silence. The same silence that holds the dead world beneath it. And so ends another chapter in the Tyranids' endless ledger. One more planet consumed, one more story erased. The galaxy will not pause to mourn. It will not pause at all. But you, hearing this echo, you can still choose how to carry it. You can turn away and let silence win. Or you can listen closely, let the fear take root, and remember that worlds fall not in fire but in feeding, in the quiet certainty of hunger perfected. Because if the hive comes again, and it will, this silence will not be history. It will be a prophecy. If you dare to witness more horrors from the Warhammer 40K universe, subscribe to Voidborn Terrors. The hive will come again. Don't let its silence consume you unprepared.